chat. Hi. I see I am dropping a couple of frames. How bad is it? You're up to date. Well done. Nice. Now you can see all the... Wait, let me do that again. Now you can see your own command. Nice. At the mods. I like you sent that command of third-party emotes. I can see 2 out of the 3 in my OBS. Oh. Oh. What's happening? What's happening? I don't want it to happen yet. It will stop taking over in my screen. So loud. Please allow me to tone it down and then tab out. I needed an account. Okay, great. Oh gosh, that was so loud. Okay, let me create an account. So, plan for today. It has, like, we have until Wednesday for the poll with Raff to, like, continue. But right now, there's an overwhelming amount of people who choose Fall Guys as our final game. I don't like it. I don't like it. I thought people would have my back, and I guess want to see Fall Guys, of which I have no experience in. So I figured we'd change that today. I now am setting up Fall Guys. Apparently you need an account for that. Did not know that, so I'm very badly prepared. Will be linked to Steam. Yes, let's do that. I like that. Okay. So we will be practicing that today. We'll see how that goes. Because I feel like if I want to stand a chance, I need a lot of practice before Saturday. We don't know the time yet. All we know is that it will happen. Oh gosh. Okay, it's so loud. All we know is that we're gonna have this kickoff. Well, we're gonna have this match on Saturday. So let me mute this. It's so... Play? No, not yet. Okay, now please allow me to audio master, please. Oh gosh, thank you. I feel like this is hype enough. Okay. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Let me stop Spotify, because that's very... Now you don't hear anything. Maybe I should have first added it, because I can keep on hearing it, that's true, but... Fall Guys. Add it. Fall Guys. Add executable. Add it. Now you should be able to hear it. I think. Just as the music cuts to really soft. There we go. There we go. Yeah, so... Wait, did I update it already? I'm sure I did. I must have now. So yeah, we're gonna practice Fall Guys. We're gonna see how that works. And how my chances are for this Saturday. I really want to win though. You know what? You know what Raff requested if he wins? I have to swear on stream. Like, I don't want to swear on stream. I mean, I swear on stream when I feel like I have to. The nostalgia of this game. That looks like a wrong button, wasn't it, Bram? Yes, exactly. Well, then. Let me switch over. Oh, wait, I haven't... Oh, no, I forgot to set up chat. Oh, I won't be able to see you as soon as I get into the game. That's not good. Give me Chatterino, please. Okay, there we go. Third quarter 2020 vibes. That long ago? No way. It only came out like around that time, didn't it? Wait, when did it come out? Steam, would you mind? Thank you. Store page. When did this come out? August 2020. Start developing the boring game. Prove me wrong. I don't have anything to counteract that with. I have never played it nor seen it play very often, so I don't have any arguments against that. You thought it was older? No, it says August 2020 in Steam, so yeah. Anyways, hi. Hey, Rosie. Let me add... Wait, no, I shouldn't add it. I want to add window capture. Fall Guys. That is not Fall Guys! Okay. Also not that one, thank you very much. Can we, there we go. What was that? Fall Guys. Is that the one? There we go. Found it. Miss those 15 euros. Same for Monopoly. I know that feeling. Apparently, I don't know when you bought it, but there are certain rules under which you can apparently send back a game. I don't know if you've played it already or like, well, I mean, I guess you have because you say it's a boring game. Never mind then. The guys are falling. Well, not yet. So, it just told me, but I was overwhelmed by the music, so I didn't remember. Jump is space, dive is control, and grab is shift. Yep, emotes. Recenter camera is scroll wheel. Well, let's try that. Leopard. Cheese is a dairy product produced in wide ranges of flavor, textures, and forms by coagulation of the milk protein casein. It comprises proteins and fat from milk, usually the milk of cows, buffalo, goats, or sheep. Thank you. Thank you for that amazing knowledge. I love cheese. Cheese talk in this chat is always welcome. Cheese is good. Well, certain types of cheese are good. But, hey, Leopard! Well then, let's just get to it, I guess. How do I... That's how I... Ugh, I'm pink. We don't want to be pink. Blue purple sounds good. Blue purple with sprinkles. Yes, please. Yes. This sounds like the one. Woo, Fall Guys. Get a controller, easier to play. I don't have a controller. I'm terrible at controllers. Booster check will do. And say hi. Hi, Leopard. I already did that though. Just came home from driving school. Ooh, how did it go? Much easier, very true. Do I have to get a controller before Saturday and get used to using a controller? Oh gosh. Oh gosh. And the hydrate. Oh wait, I forgot to bring my water. I can do one hydrate. I can do exactly one hydrate and then we're out of water. There we go. I was fine, I just had to do some pre-quizzes. Leopard. Please be careful. Nightbot is very on top of that. What's this? Okay. Okay, I don't know. What's this? Oh, not interesting. I messed up, or will I? Listen, the timeouts, your consequences, right? At some point, they will stop untime outing. So, does it stack up? I have no clue. And I'm not inviting you to try it out. I almost did it. I almost said, you know, just but no, I'm not inviting you to try it out. Let's not do that. How would it stack up, by the way? Because when you're timed out, you can't send messages anymore, can you? Or do you mean like it gets worse every time? Because I think that is a yes. Imagine I get a 1 year and just come back 1 year just to get time in again. I would advise against that. Very much. Oh, and it says Jay. Don't give leopard ideas, please. The music is so hype though. I like it. Anyway, maybe I should just start and we'll see how bad it gets, right? So wait, space was jump. Control was dash and shift was grab? Music? What do you mean music? Oh, you're right. Oh, you're right. Whoops. There should be music now. How to play. Navigate the obstacles and race to the finish line. Also, I'm trying to learn something hard and it's really not in our brain. What are you trying to learn? Melting your brain is always a good reason to get ice cream. And agreed with Tay. Yep. Indeed. He brings chest. Oh, cool. Oh gosh. Good luck. Oh, I already dashed. Gosh. Okay. I guess we're not doing that. Whoops. Ah, qualified. Nice. Chess in 5D? How does chess in 5D work? Not even a bot can beat it. How does chess in 4D work? Third chess during last year, PogChamps 4. But I've got everything. Yeah. Yeah. Chess is one of those games that you really have to keep doing in order to be able to, yeah, remember how things go. It's not one of those skills that you can't unlearn, I feel like. I mean, it'll come back more easy, like, next time, but... Chess in 5D is multiple dimensions and multiple timelines. What? That sounds cool. Oh, use to grab a tail. Make sure your team has more tails than the rest. I use shift to grab a tail. Okay. Oh. Okay, I don't have a tail. Also, we have... You know what? Let me try that out. Whoops. Haha! Oh, nope. Don't want to go that way. That's my teammate. I don't want to take it away from my teammate. Wait! No, I tried to grab it. Okay. I don't think I like being down there very much. Haha! Bye. Please at me. Thank you. No! Wait, what? Okay. That was my teammate who got it again. Let's see, 11 seconds. Who has... I don't know. Oh, that's what that is. Wait, we're eliminated? No one had a tail? Okay, fine. Fine. Look at this for a general chat. Yes, yes. Okay, let me... Holy crow! Put in the suggestions? Thank you. That's... Okay, that looks really difficult and really interesting. Wait, what are we playing? Weren't we eliminated? Weren't we eliminated? I'm not complaining, but... Oh wait, yeah we were, so I have to leave, right? Yeah. Okay, yeah, got it. I have to leave manually, of course. Let me see. Doing it on my phone is just... Oh. Also, my phone has another major problem, so I'm gonna have to replace it soon anyway. Yeah, your phone, I mean, I like how it's been able to hold on for as long as it has. Cool. Let's do that again. It really had a long life, yeah. Especially considering that over the last half a year, what was it, Tay? Tay hasn't had a computer, so everything they've done is over their phone. It's always sad to see a phone go, yep. Agreed. Like, I I know I have to start thinking about replacing my phone, but I don't want to. It's so much effort. Also, by the way, I mean, the music it's really hype, isn't it? This is cool. Where are we? Where are people leaving? Yeah, please. Very glad about that. And even while my phone is breaking, it's actually still very functional. It's only been 2 months of having 2 months only. I thought it was more. Because it's almost the end of March already, right? Wasn't it so? Okay, well, beginning of January, I guess. Not sure that's correct though. What even is this course? Go back and got French fries. Enjoy your meal. Slide. I got it. Oh, I have to jump out. Okay. No. We are not doing that. No! Oh, that's not bad. We can do that. No! Rhino! Whee! What was that asshole? Yeah, only just made it. Brooklyn early February. Oh! You're planning to get a new one? Is your one, like, are we giving up on the old one? Okay. Next up is... Oh. Oh. I don't think I will be very good at... Wait, how many are there? Or 3? I don't think I'll be very good at this one. There is 5. That was pretty bad. Let's try again. With your make a YouTube video saying phone giveaway. Maybe not. Maybe indeed not. So I can actually start working on the level if I want to. Oh yeah, gotcha. Yeah. Using my phone as a touch monitor from my PC. That's cool. Wait, I completely... No, what are we supposed to do? Run and balance across the rows of seesaws to reach the finish line. Okay, gotcha. Uh-oh. Okay. People. Okay, managed to make it. Also, chat just left. Oh, that was grabbed. Okay, I need to remember which is which. There we go, chop back. Your phone can't call. Your charger cord is broken? Ugh. Does anyone here like pineapple pizza? That is a good question. I'm not a fan of pizza as a whole, so... I don't like people who grieve! Like my lock button is also not functional and I have to click it multiple times just to get... Oh my gosh, take for you. This is terrible. Why are people having such problems with this level? Are they... It's having such Mars. Guess that's why people have such a problem with the level. He didn't make it, did they? Ha! They didn't make it. Too bad. What you get? I had to enable disability settings like drawing. I had to enable disability settings like drawing letters on my screen to just get them to unlock instantly. Oh my. Drawing letters on your screen makes it unlock? That is pretty cool though. I mean, not that it's necessary to do it like that, but... Grab a tip. Okay, we know how to play this. We don't know how to win this, but we know how to play this. Please, team. Please help. That's cool. Wait, where did the tail go? We're not doing very well, are we? Okay, fine. I won't go that way, please. Okay, I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. I want to go up. We're not. We have 30 more seconds. Oh, no. No, I don't want to be down here. Why can't I grab? No, please. Please! There we go. Okay, okay. Grab a tail is still a problem. Grab a tail is very much a problem. You have a phone graveyard from years ago? I think at some point, because my parents were the ones who kept all the phones. If being honest, I don't think I switched phones since I moved out. I think. But we disassembled some of the phones and then threw them out. I think. Ooh. This one's interesting. You saw my box. Yes, yes, I did. Yes, there were many parts in the box. Oh, it's the one. Oh, I want to try those. I hope I have enough time so I can try those and don't have to play safe. So is this like Mario Kart and then just keep holding it down, right? Okay, I see. That might indeed be an issue. Oh god. How am I supposed to do that? What? Okay, you don't want to use that, I see. Yeah, very fun. Fun level. Why does it grab on? Like, how do I make it grab onto that? Oh, grab. So much for trying out the little... I very much hate this level. Nope, nope. No! Sit on top of the ventilator. Oh, I know. Oh my god, I am way too used to Minecraft. I tried to dash with like... Okay. I'm trying to sprint to jump further. Doesn't work. That doesn't work. What's this? Ooh. No. What are we playing? Bounce on the drums. Oh, this is supposed to be a very fun level, but I feel like everyone's really good at this. I'm not. I won't be. Okay, let's do this. Why? Wait, right, that was dash. I remember. Nope, don't do that. No! I can do this! Or not. Are you jumping? Yes, you can, but it's very useless. I'm like the last person here. Oh. I didn't even make it to the first round. Why is it that the fun levels are the ones I really can't do? Let's hit it again. I will figure this out. I will be able to play against Raff without immediately going down. It's gonna be very random, including, you know, what game we get, I guess. This is a very short one, isn't it? I do mind that. Maybe I don't. Why did it? No, I was doing so good. I was doing so good, and then it just nope. This was dumb. No! Please! I hate this level. No, get up! Frustrating. Very frustrating. Again. Music's still a vibe though. Very much. Makes me kind of think of Mario Kart. Gate crash. Oh no. Good thing it's the first thing that we play. So that means you can just... What is that? Oh, it's this one. Oh, it's with the moving doors. Let's see. Really? I hate it. Please don't scorch me like that. No. I'm terrible. Don't think, just run, I guess the game is. I was like overthinking because the door had to come down at some point, but it wouldn't come down. I'm really bad at this game. Especially this one makes me think of like Mario Kart for some reason. It's also map knowledge, I think. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Just that's why I'm already starting. So come Saturday, I will have a little bit of map knowledge. It's okay to make mistakes, especially because you're still learning the game. Doesn't make them less frustrating. But you're right. Yeah. Yeah. It's also... I'm still not used to my controls. I think. Shift is grab. Shouldn't be too far away. No, we'll see. Full tilt. Run and balance across rows of 360 seesaws. 360 seesaws? Okay. Please, please, please. Don't people know how physics work? Oh, don't I know how physics work? Nice. Okay. No, 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 I didn't mean to jump. For some reason, a king mouse like that, I don't like seeing a king mouse like that. Grab, which is... That was dying. Okay. So close. so far away. Okay. Okay. No. 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 I keep hitting caps lock. Really? Is that why we waited just to fall? Your frustration is absolutely valid. Still gonna upset when not needing good and skill. I'm trying to learn, but I'm trying to get this frustrating in my head. Oh yes, yep. It's not a good frame of thinking, but it's so difficult to overcome. I haven't seen this one yet, Pog. The best emotes are Bird Party, Bird Brave, Bird Breakle, Bird, Bird Laugh. Did someone say bird? Yeah. Yeah, not very surprising that those would be your favorite emotes. Also, I can't see any of those. OBS show. No. I can't see any of those. From the cat kiss meow, I can see the rest. Because the others are extensions that OBS understands. Navigate the obstacles and race to the finish line. Oh. First one's always race, isn't it? It's just the kind of race changes. I burp so much. Wait, I want to see the whole course. Why isn't it showing me the whole course? Okay. First one, you're in the way. Okay, I guess. No. Don't pull me right in the middle. What's this? Oh, I think I like that below there. Should we do that? Let's try. Let's not try. What do you mean? No! I was so close. Recently rediscovered that a lot of birds started at a very young age. My family used to look the birds when I was a toddler. Awesome! That really is awesome. Please. It's always my favorite part of going out. Love looking at the animals, but especially the birds. Aww. Have you ever had, held a bird? Or your finger, hand, shoulder, wherever, depending on the type of bird, I guess. No? Aww. Never been able to. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe someday. Navigate the medieval obstacles and race to the finish line. This looks scary. Wait, what are those? Okay. Okay, I guess we'll see. Oh, that's why. Managed. Ah! I found the grab. Bird at my uncle is scary. She would not have a. They would not have a field day with those. I'm on my way there right now. Just need to go north and keep north. Very much, yes. What thing? Are you supposed to get up from that? You can do it. Well, you have to time it. Yes, good job. Well done. Top 20%. Ooh, nice. Was my father, however, tame. We had way worse when we grew up. No, this is the worst one, I think. The other ones were much tamer. Well, and the one we couldn't tame was still tamer than that, I think. Short circuit. Navigate the obstacles and race 2 laps around. Oh, it's that one. Okay. Oh no. It actually is quite a short round, isn't it? It's not even that long. I am really confused on what that was. No. Not bad. Okay. Okay, sure. So wait, people can get on top of this? No. Don't. That's much better. No, 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 no. I'm so close. I went to go back to the pet shop. I went a few weeks ago because I was living on Floach and I had so many birds. And they even have the birds I'm obsessed with, cockatoos and parrotlets. Cockatiels are great. Like, my uncle has a cockatiel. What is a parrotlet? Is that the very bright one? Wait, give me a second. Oh. Parrotlet. I once again have pressed escape. Caps lock. I pressed caps lock. Oh. They're cute. No, I don't want that one. Ooh. Yeah, Tay. So I know Burb Wiggle is like the emote that you love a lot, but the fact that I can read out what emote what emote it is means I can't see it. So I imagine that it's a bird that wiggles, which is why I understand why you love it so much, but I have yet to see it. We should really get some more water in a bit. I love all the birds, but those are just the ones I can name off my head. I especially love like gray parrots, and I think they're called barn owls, like the really round ones. Round ones with big, very dark eyes. Those are so beautiful. We have done this before. I can't remember whether we finished it, but we have done this before. We didn't, because I was stuck with the door. Okay. Oh my god! It was the same door, wasn't it? I don't... When is it better to like... Please. No! Yeah, like the African grey parrot, but like the red tail. Those, yeah. They are so smart. I love it. Kinda, you know, part of me wants to raise one from like really young. You can't practice separate levels, can you? Like, practice without playing in a game with other people? That would be pretty cool if you could do that. I'll look for that after this one if I remember, I guess. But yeah, African great parrots are so amazing. Usually parrots are the ones that can really mimic sounds very well, but aren't too good at whistling. And then you have like cockatiels, which are very good at copying whistles, talking not so much, and then you've got the African grey parrot. Navigate the frosty obstacles and race to the finish line. Oh, there's a lot of lowers there. I guess we'll see. There? I think? Oh no! I wanted to cross towards the side. Can't see anything! So slow, that was cute. Oh, I see. No, no. Yes, made it. Nice. I'm waving. I'm waving at them. I like that. I'm waving goodbye. I don't know if I've linked this before, but it's one of my favorite videos of a cockatiel. Oh my god, Ans. I don't think I have seen that yet. I will look at it in a minute. No, really. Wait, it's on a different computer. I can open that. No, 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 no. Shh. Get away. What are we gonna do? Navigate again? Oh my god! I can't watch. I knew that wasn't smart. I knew I should have waited. No! I completely just struck up where I had to go, by the way. Please don't make clear. Oh my god! Oh my god. How awful at this game can you be? Stop walking! If I don't give input, stop walking! Control is dash. Control is dash. Oh wait. I don't mind waiting. I do mind waiting. There we go. I like how it's only the two of us. I don't like that, but you know, what else am I supposed to say about that? Please give us some time to try and complete more of the course before everyone finishes. That would be great. No! How did it not jump up there? Okay, Okay, that was me. Jump up. Oh, thank you. That's not a sprint. There is no sprint. Hi. Are you struggling as well? Oh no, sure, let's make it even more difficult. I just want to be... I think I like Minecraft parkour a whole lot more than I like this parkour. What do you mean? To jump up! I don't get it! Fine, let me with your bird. It's pulling with its wing. Would you mind? I'm pressing escape. I would very much like to leave. Where are we stuck? Thank you. Oh. It is so cute though. No, I want to be pink blue. I want purple blue. I want to be purple blue. Yeah. But cockatiels are cute and as a whole. Most of the time. Like, I feel like my uncle's cockatiel thinks it's a dog. It's always on the floor. It hardly ever flies. For some reason it has the weird obsession with shoes. It's a very confusing animal. Pesos. I want to be on the upper edge. Guys, physics. Please. No. Oh my god. Oh my god. Leave me alone. I will go that way. I can't go that way. I don't want to go that way. Technically, I could go that way, but I don't want to go that way. Please! Guys! Thank you, person. I am so not gonna make this, am I? Why is there someone right? Okay, good. Qualified! Yay! The bird hates its owner's boyfriend, or it pretends to be injured. But on the other, I mean, it's smart in some sense, right? Pettiest bird I've ever seen. Yes. I mean, it's petty without being hurtful. That's cool. What to say something about this map. The later you start, the more difficult it gets. Yes, agreed. That is so true. Well, then again, you know, either you have to go real early or really late, because you on your own, you don't give... I mean, if you keep on moving and you keep on moving smart, you don't give it too much momentum. Oh, it's relapse again. More difficult. That is the correct. The difficulty, or yeah. I see. But can I climb on? I'm not gonna try it, but can I climb on top of those blocks in the beginning? There should be something there, right? Might jump high. Please! How am I supposed to get out of this? Like that. Not the way I wanted to go, but sure. Also, I am so confused about when you can jump high and when you can't. No, don't throw me back. Oh wait, is that how you... Why? Terrible. I don't understand this one. So, does anyone maybe know whether, you know, maybe Raff has trouble with the first round mostly? Because, I mean, the first round I can do sometimes. Sometimes. Let's go. Because I wanna understand how it works, I guess. Hey, that's me. Has it been showing me the whole time? Because I feel like I remember seeing... Not me, at least. shift was dash and control was... No. Control was dash and shift was... Ah. How is it top 50%? That was not top 50%. It was like number 24 or something. Ish. It's not top 50%. What's this? Control is dash. That's what you said, not the button. Thank you. I keep forgetting. It's gonna be, this is terrible. What are you gonna play? Bounce. This is fun. I just don't know how to do it. 24 of 60. Well, of the 40 that are allowed, no? 41? Does that make it... Does that make... Really? So then, as long as you're... I would be saying, like, to the ones that haven't made it, like, some of them will be the top 75%, right? But they haven't made it. That would be stupid. That would be stupid. Why? Control is dash. Okay, you can't do that. Gotcha. I mean, I'm already further than I was a moment ago. Okay, wait, how are you supposed to like... Don't you dare fall. How am I supposed to pick it up there then? Because it's... Please! That was a lot of fun. 40, you don't have to cut 75%. No, but it's stupid. Can we leave? Why did that button... Yeah, please. Please. Thank you. Add, what is the word? Burp is the word. Oh no. No. It isn't stupid, it's math. But then 30 of the 41 people who are allowed would get, yeah, you're the top 40%. Number 30 sometimes barely made it in. Sorry, couldn't resist adding that command. Go ahead, T. Have fun. Oh, why? No, how is this the first one we're doing? I don't want to do this first one. I was so close to the end. No, I wasn't. Wasn't even halfway. Never mind. Nice. Also nice. Also, chat just disappeared on me. How do people do this? How did he manage to jump up to that one? Like, that's not working. What am I so close? I can't see! Stop wooing! Oh my god. Let's try that again. Stop wooing! I'm so confused. How are you supposed to make that? Once again, can't see. Why did you miss this level? I am so confused. What is that? Yeah, but still top 50% of all the contestants. What's the use? My phone refuses to charge. It's just stuck at 50% literally the whole day. It's like just connecting when it stays connected. It's just 50%. It isn't going down either. If it isn't going down either, then I think it could be that your battery is dying. I don't think that is kind of the information that Tay would like to hear. How do I perform emotes? It's not what I was looking for. How do I perform emotes? Fine, I already knew it anyway. Yeah, but then this is going a whole lot quicker than you know. Before you really have bad luck with electronics. They do. Really? Really? Really do. Stay in the score zone to score points. Use the pipes to get back into the score zone if you fall. What? What? Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that was... Well, I am at 7% already. Okay. What? Oh my god. dash like that, can you? I haven't seen this game ever. I haven't seen this one either. Yeah, neither. Yeah, that was very funny though. I forgot to do the emote thing. I don't know when I'm supposed to do the emote thing. Okay, let's go. See, I've seen the shark plenty of times. I hadn't seen my own skin there yet. Oh, it's this one. It looked so short. But it's so long. When you have to do it, it's so long. Yup. Exactly that one. Can't we be smart about this one though? Shouldn't we be difficult, right? No! No! Really? Too much for being smart, I guess. Yes. Okay. Oh my god. Clutch. Yay! Did it! This extends beyond my PC and phone, by the way. Like, you know how Loach thing bricked up my phone? Bricked up my fridge. What? How? But how? How did it do that to your fridge and your microwave? Because it's just cutting like electricity, right? Oh, axolotl. Poor axolotl. Okay, let's go. Why am I waiting towards that side? There is no one. Just no one. Not a race, okay. What is that skin? The dog skin. So cute! Okay. Up. We have done this before. People went below. Okay. Maybe I can go below as well. No. Okay. I jumped though. Did it! Every power product that will be a state that some loss of electricity without probably powering it down may bring things. How do you power down your fridge? Also, I pull out the cable out of my microwave every time after using. There is no power down. Because of multiple reasons. House is old, fridge is old. Okay. Sudden surge of power going off multiple times. All the time. Yes. Fridge needs to be replaced eventually, so they just spread a bit first. Well, that, I mean, that's a positive thing then. Wait! This was round 2, wasn't it? Did I make it through round 3? I'm scared. Memorize the icons. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I wish I could say I was good at this. Memorization is not my thing. Oranges and grapes and apples. Banana, orange, grape, and apple. Banana, orange, grape, and apple. Banana, orange, grape, and apple. Great. Don't push me. Cherry, banana, orange. Okay? So this is banana, cherry, orange. Banana, cherry, orange, grape. Banana, cherry, orange, grape. Banana, cherry. Don't push me! Qualify! Yay! So now what? The axolotl is so cute. Only 3 people. I mean, it wasn't the most difficult round, I guess. What's next? Also, I keep forgetting to do the emote. Don't stay in the moving spotlight to earn. Oh no. This looks easier than the floating area though. Is there only one spotlight? No! Such.
Oh.
Also, the washing machine broke. Oh. Well, I mean, I guess that was it. We did well, though. We did well. Super nice. I don't know how to do that. Yeah, I don't know how to do it though. I tried. I pressed 3, I think. I don't know how to do it. I don't care, I think. With the microwave thing, your microwave probably isn't on microwave when you pull the plug, right? Is it for tea? So does it stop as when you're microwaving? Also, sometimes it is. I will stop doing that then. I guess. Whoops. We're starting with 2 rounds? Okay, I can do it though. Oh, I thought you just forgot to do the emotes. No, there is an emote achievement, and I don't know how to do an emote in Fall Guys. Okay, I'm gonna try to get up there. Nope. Okay, never mind. Very much not useful. Would you mind? Oh my god. Why does that one? Okay. Map complete. Gee, nice. Would you mind? Thank you. No? Oh, I have to jump earlier. Oh, still don't get it. Still not getting it. No. Please, 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 please. Oh, on the cusp. But you always pull the plug on the microwave, just move it like when you're microwaving. I will remember not to do that then, I guess. Because I am pretty sure I have done that at some point. Not often, but I probably did at some point. Knowing me. Because I have one of those... Oh... Use shift to grab and move blocks. Can I make this? What if I just jump off? What? Okay. Shouldn't I be able to just... Thank you! I am so confused. No. Okay. So I want to jump and... Really? I am so confused by this level. I am so confused. Why? Right. I had wanted to look big and nice. No. I had wanted to look if I could play like some of the rounds by myself, right? I wouldn't know where though. I don't think you can. Doesn't seem to be an option. Would I be able to create one with just me? Not enough players. Very sad. Very sad. Don't think she will make this round. Thanks. That was very astute observation. Which keybind do you want to see? The emote one. Oh, it's down here. I already tried. I did one. I pressed one. Just don't know how to make it work. I don't know when to press one. Apparently while I'm running doesn't work, and half the time I'm too busy failing to try. Before the start doesn't work, and the lobby doesn't work. I mean, I'm guessing it has to do when you're running, but I don't get it. This was the door when I thought it was gonna be. This is the one you want as your first run and not somewhere in the end. When you stand still, I think. I want to get to the end. Okay, fine. I will do it at the beginning. Because I don't want to be first now. But again, no one's gonna fail. Like, fall. Like, have to start over completely, do they? Fine. That was a 1. Okay. I did one. I have to jump. I also keep losing track of my beam. That one is so stupid in the end. Well, we'll see, because then I should have done one now. Maybe I can try another. Bye, axolotl. You're so cute, though. Oh, there's another axolotl. There's another There's another. Never mind. There's another. There's so many axolotls. We can lose one. What are we gonna do? Suspense. Race. Called Hit Parade. Okay. Axolotl, just like the Aqua Axolotl. That won MCC 20! Yay! Well, I mean, it was a pink axolotl, but... you know, axolotls are axolotls. I want an Aqua Axolotl as my skin. That'd be cool. I squeezed through. I'm not gonna make that. I am gonna make that. Ha ha ha! Holy crew. We're going up so slow. No! 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 I'm sad I fell asleep an hour before MCC ended, but I watched the remainder of the VOD next morning. Yeah, that must have been a whole lot of fun, indeed. Oh yeah, it was amazing. I watched... I had to go to bed around the time that he was watching Purple Spot. So I watched the Raff back. So much fun. Yeah, I did an emote, by the way. I did it. Woo! Okay. I can do 4 more emotes, I guess, then. You have to stand still. Ugh. Why would you then even do it? What happens when you start around with 41? Is everyone who finishes just qualified then? Yes, we will see. Stay in the score zone. That is a good one to try it out with. Just have to make it within the time limit. Oh, I want to go over there. How do I get there? How do I get to the left there? $23. Oh, I see. Please get up, please get up. Why doesn't it get up in time? It's annoying. Oh my god! But at least this is different now. No, it is not! What? How did someone already qualify? What did they do? I want to try that too. Oh! So that's just walking off? Okay. You can't dash like that. Qualified! Holy crow! Don't ask how! Don't ask how! Oh. Oh no. Dash was control. Control was dash. Yes, control was dash. Also, no! Not cool. So not cool. You were griefed so hard by that. I should have seen it coming, but... Not funny. Rotating one. I mean, at least we get to practice round 1 very often. I guess. Did you get any water? Nope. I did not. I really should. But I did not. Hydrate. Ian, can we do that after the round? Please? That's no fun. Nope, I should have waited. Should have waited. Patience! Patience is the most important one with this one. Why do I do that to myself? Okay. We can do this. We can do this. We can do this. We can... Oh my god. Barely. But we could. No. What did I say about patience? Nope. No. Okay. I will let you watch these people and I will get water. Give me a second. I've got the water. There. That was a hydrate. He's so happy. What's this? Okay. Whatever. Longer? So we only get a new... Okay. Ugh. Phone just dropped the percentage while it's shown as connected. Awkward. We're gonna have to get a new one within the next few days. Yeah, if that is the rate we're going at, then yep. I want another color axolotl. they will probably only have one color axolotl one day. I mean, look at that! I won it. Let's be an axolotl. Yay! Wait, but then I also... Let's be blue. Let's be blue pink. That would be cool. But let's be a blue pink axolotl. I like that. Look at that! It has a little heart on its head. It's so cute. Yay. Axolotl skin, exactly, Tay! It's an axolotl now. Yay. Oh. Let's go. We can do it. Also, first round. No trying to grab a hold of the thing to go up. No, it's so cute. Mimo is so cute. So many axolotls. Yo. Okay. Thank you. That was the boost I was looking for. I don't know if that's really worth it. Oh no, how am I supposed to do that? Made it! Only just, but made it! That wasn't too bad around. It was the spinning circles that I got stuck on. The spinning circles with the weird jump rope, but not rope things. We can do this. We so can do this. Lasers? Thank you. I guess they are lasers. Yeah. I think you're right. I like how I'm the only axolotl with just half an axolotl skin. Okay, they did not follow the same pattern. Jump! No! All of a sudden, we're not really able to get many people anymore. Oh no. Oh no. I didn't even get halfway last time, did I? Howard, even fewer people! No! Stop walking when I stop giving input! I was dumb. Holy crow, you barely have any time for that. I wanna try. How do I get up? Never it is mine then, I guess. Oh my god. I improved. I've got that going at least. Let's do another emote. You were close to the end, right? So sad. Yeah, I wish there was a practice mode where you could like practice the level, you know, without like time limit and people being there. So at least you would get used to the... What is that? You could get used to like the dynamics. Okay, let's go. I did 2 emotes. Hi. Yeah, dressed exactly. There is a present. Oh, that's also very cute. Oh. Well, last time I finished, right? I think I did. I'm pretty sure I did. Very lucky because I didn't hit the thing. The thing in the end, but sure. No! Look at this one. I can do it. I can do it. Yeah, right, this one's kind of tricky. Oh, right, it's because of the ventilator. So it makes this one tricky. What do you mean? What? What? Unfair. Yeah, crying emote. Yeah. I was doing pretty well with that one too. You have to do a darn near perfect run where you get like top 50% in that one, right? Like as in the top 50% of the people who are allowed to go through. Well then, rematch. Revanche. This one was different. This one was very much like the first time I made it, right? You can do it, Wolfie. I don't know what you're doing. Okay. So nosy. What's that one doing? Watch flying through the race up to the conveyor belt to reach the finish line. Oh. Oh. Oh, okay. No. Okay, I wanna try. Are there. Does it have hammers? I'm gonna try it. You know what? I'm just gonna try that. What? I don't understand why it does this. Like, I want to leave, and then it just doesn't give me the option. And like, the option disappears so quickly. Hello. Thank you. No. Hello? Wait, I left, right? This one looks like a very fun one to play, though. Hello! Well, guys! What are we doing? Well, guys? Well, guys? Okay. Are you there? Well, guys. Don't tell me I have to like manually close you. Please. Okay. Okay. Qualified from a racing round despite falling over more than 10 times. That sounds like me. Apparently that's an achievement I made. You already see that? You can't, right? It does take quite long to start up. You know, see it? You can. I want to do one more. I need to do one more emote. No, we done all achievements for today. I can do it. I mean, I now know the meta for those bars. No, I shouldn't fall as often anymore on those. I don't get it. I don't get how I can fall on that so often. Ah, clutch. Okay. Never mind. What? There we go. I mean, it wasn't as many times. Why would you press this stupid button, ass? Oh gosh. 21 of the 28? No way. No, I'm not gonna be able to make it like this. No! Okay. Honestly though, I have no idea if this will be easier with like a controller. I feel like there's no way. Also because I have even less experience with a controller than I have with like mouse and keyboard. Control is dash. I was hitting shoot. Why are you looking up? Most people are down. Hello. Hello? What's this? Navigate the pipes to reach the finish line. Uh-oh. Okay. I don't think I know this level. Okay. What? Oh, I have to remember which one is my own being. Really? What? No. That was dumb. Would you mind? Oh my god, that was dumb. That was a bad round. That was a really bad round. Stop being so hyped up. That was bad. go. Let's do it. This one has spinning things. I kind of wonder, should I just... No, because it has slime down below, right? So I should just try to keep going as long as I can. I don't wonder what the meta there is. How do I jump off the back? Ooh, that was nice. That was less nice, but fine by me. Squeeze through. Oh, I can make that. I can make that. That is smart. No, chat. I lost you again. I have to remember to like sometimes move this mouse pad. Eat it! Okay. What's next? Survival. Okay. Okay. Last time I fell real quickly. Let's stay on a little longer. 12 needs to be eliminated. We can survive 12 of them. Like that we can't. Don't. I hate griefers. No, no. Someone was holding me, and then I thought I was standing further away than I thought, and I wasn't, and then I moved, and then. I mean, achievement. Oh, that's no. I don't want to equip that. Did I equip that? I didn't equip that. Nice. I was in the middle of saying something, I don't remember what. Great! Great. But you know, watching it on stream is way more fun than playing it, I must admit. If I'm being really honest. I don't know whether that is because my skills are severely lacking for now. I kind of hope it will be more fun, but up until now, watching it is really way more fun. But we're just gonna keep playing. Cause I'm gonna beat Raff. That is gonna be a whole lot of fun. I haven't played it. Now you need to drag me. Because you don't want to play it anymore? Like, did you want to play it before? Nah, I don't want to learn shit. I want to learn a whole lot. But I do think I prefer Minecraft parkour over this, like, many times. I mean, then again, you know, I guess Minecraft parkour is not against people, that helps. No! Go. Whee! No! No! Why? I'm not gonna make that. I'm not gonna make that. I'm not gonna make that. Okay, maybe I am gonna make that. Not if I fall through a hole! Maybe we can make it up there. Come on. Leave me alone. What? How does that work? I don't like this. Oh my god, I made it! On the cusp, but I made it. Always on the fence about it? Same. I was exactly the same. I also feel like maybe if you play this with friends, it's a whole lot more fun. No. No. I don't like this one. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, as a party can... No, I started out with a tail! But I'm a... Hey! I'm a blue axolotl! Can one of my teammates... Oh, no, they can't. I don't want to go down. I hate being down. Down is not cool. Haha. Why are there no take-backs? What is that one doing? How did I not grab that by the way? You're a smart teammate, I like that. Or maybe not, because you just lost our tail. Oh, I have a tail. No, give me back my tail. Overtime? No. I don't like this one. One bit. I don't want to do overtime. Won it. With friends is probably way more fun. Run, Blue, run. Made it. I don't think because of me, but that's okay. And that was a blue axolotl. That's also great. What's this one gonna be? Another race. Jump through the holes to score points. What? Oh no. Oh no. There's no finish, is there? Oh no. 15 points. That's how you score points. I see. I scored 1 point. Oh my god, how do I get through the... Really? No! I am dead. Like, are there ones that are worth more points than one? No, I wanted to get that point. Can you please give me that point? I think I could earn that point. I mean, at very least, we finally managed to win that sale pack thingy. Also, have to remember to do one more emote. Oh, there we go again. Come on. We can win this one. We can make it. We're gonna make it to the finish line. We are. Definitely. Because we know what to do now. And we're just gonna do it. We're gonna nail it. That's what we're gonna do. Okay. Yes. Just gonna go and we're gonna... Wait. Yeah. Oh. Just when I figured out how to sort of make these jumps work. Are they gonna place moving things on there? Oh my god. Why? They want me to fail. No, I couldn't see the stupid ventilator. What is the ventilator? Coming down. Okay. I am hating it so much. No, leave me alone. Ah! Why do we even try? Please. Okay. No, no, no! Ah. I was at the finish line. I was at the finish line. I had my foot on the line. It was on the line. Just... unfair. So unfair. Hate the game. Still hate it. I hate it. Not hair, agreed. Okay. By the way, you know what I didn't think about? If Raff and I are gonna play this, on which server are we gonna play? Oh, this is a new one, isn't it? I don't think we've seen this one yet. Haha. Oh my god. No! This isn't fair! This is... Bluekwyrm... Oh my god. Discrimination. Okay, this one is next. I'm not gonna make it. Oh, there was a hole here. I didn't know. I like it. I mean, my slow slug dexterity skills are not good for this game. And it's kind of difficult to remember which course had what rhythm. Because for some doors you can wait. Like for this door you could wait. For the other door you really couldn't. Now I don't remember which course is which is great. Okay, let's do an emote. Let's make the emote achievement. I think we haven't done number 3 yet, so let's do, well, honestly, I don't know. Is that a dragon? I want a dragon skin. I don't know who is in front, but they are good. What is this? Like that's a dragon, isn't it? Don't tell me it's a dinosaur, because I'm wholeheartedly against that. I say it's a dragon. What's the next one gonna be? Oh gosh. Okay. It's a long one, but we can do it. This one was the confusing one, right? Where did I get confused? Oh, right. Oh no, it wasn't confusing. I just didn't get past the jigs. What's it called again? Wait! I'll take this one. What is... Come on! Up and up! Oh, I see. Which one was grab again? Oh my god! Why am I being so stupid about this? Yeah? Go up! Stupid bean! Go up! No, let's wait on this side. I'm not gonna make it. Okay, never mind. Must not even work. Okay, this was confusing. 5 emotes! Yay! Hey. How do we get a crocodile? Okay. I should really ask. Where is Raff? Revenge. I have been getting further every time I did this one. That means... I mean, I already had 1 foot on the finish line. That means that this time we will cross it. That is how this pattern works. Made it in 1 go. Ah. People, stop being stupid. Don't touch the stupid buttons. Made it in 1 go. People! Oh, never mind. Leave me alone. Just jump immediately after. Guys! Guys! Made it! What do you need to ask? I need to ask Raff about the server thing. Play by ourselves. What is this one doing? Come. I'm sorry, but you can't. Yay! We did it! We beat the level! Ha! But it really depends on what combination you get, because this one didn't have ventilators, right? If it has ventilators, I die all the time. Oh, survival. Oh. Oh. You can do this too, though. We're just gonna do it. We're just gonna do it. Over them, man. Just like this. Need to sleep, I don't want to see you win. Holy crow, what's that? Where did that come from? What do you mean there's fruit being pelted at us now? If you want to see me win, I think you're never gonna get to sleep. Wee. So yeah, I wouldn't wait until like No, no. So how long are you streaming? Oh no, there were only 2 more. Oh, I'm so sad. I don't know. I think for roughly another hour, maybe? Which is too late for you, so go to bed. Okay, wait, what other things can we do? You have to be with people for that? No, join us party or find a squad inside. Be the sneakiest thief. I want to do this. I want to do this. I don't know how it works. I'm gonna figure it out. It already is too late. But then waiting for tomorrow is gonna be too late. You know. I mean, right now you can get away with it, but you can't waiting for tomorrow. What? Waiting for another hour is nope. I can also, if we must. I don't think we've arrived at that stage yet. But be careful, because we can just send you away. Right, Tay? We can, right? You know how to do that, right? Oh no. Oh wait, this is the cool one. But what is this sneaky thing then? What do we have to be sneaky about? They can't? Oh. I guess I can. I'm dumb. There was a hammer right there. What's so sneaky about this though? No. Oh my god. Don't ask how I made that, but I did. How did I not make that? Only you can. I'm already going to prepare for bed. I managed to stay awake for the rest of the stream. Look after chat, that's okay. Thanks. But okay, fine. I will figure out the command to do that, so I can actually threaten you next time. Stream elements, you just sent that one. Is that the only stream elements thingy we have left? But I can't. Well, I mean, technically it was 17 minutes, so it counts. Okay. No, I also saw the video one. Confused. Wait. Right, this one. That was dumb. How are people so good at this? I'm only halfway there. How are people so good at this? I mean, I'm awfully bad at it, that's true. Was that main show? What was that? Let's see how this works. Quite a bop, still. Oh, top. How does this work? Steal candy and avoid capture within the time limit. Use Alt? Wait, what? Alt? Okay. To walk and stay invisible. You are a thief. Why do I even have to grab candy? How do I get out? Waiting. I see. Okay, this one's fun. Just remember, I have to watch. I have watched the one. Oh, let's hope it don't get cold. Yeah. that. I don't know how I do that. Okay. Oh, this is the one. Oh no. Oh no, we're fine. Oh no, we're at 6. Free us! Come free us! Oh, we can do it all. Okay. Okay. That was quite fun though. Jungle champion. Good night. Yeah, oh, sorry, I didn't read the rest of that. Good night. Oh, this is an annoying. Wait, why isn't that one on control then? It's not dashing, right? Well, I mean, I guess maybe we could. B. We're caught. Please help. Send help. Can I? Yes, I can. No! I thought I could get away with that. Alright, thank you. There we go. Also, 12 candy is so much. We're getting there though. How can you be free? How do you free people? Never yet understand. Okay. Wow! Ooh! So Steph, how are you? Wait, I'm a blue axolotl again. Oh no, they are a blue axolotl. They are a blue axolotl? I want to be a blue axolotl. No. Jealous. Very jealous. You're a bit motion sick? How come? You know what? Let's practice that, because maybe then I'll be able to practice more. Sorry for anyone who I get teamed up with. I have my PC now. I'm addicted to Minecraft. Oh, did you turn bobbing off? Because I know that makes me motion sick. Have you played Minecraft before? Or is this also your first, like, getting to know Minecraft? Oh no, sea sauce. I don't like sea sauce. My very first time was yesterday. Oh, that's so cool! It's really difficult to get used to, isn't it? As in, everyone makes it look so easy, but it really isn't. What have you been playing so far? Why are you griefing already? Why? I am a newbie. Alright, we're doing squats. Don't hit your dog because you confuse right and left click. That is a very familiar problem. That's how I killed a parrot of mine. Huh. Well, I mean, at least one of my squad has made it to the finish line. No! Made it! Oh, no! Made it! Really bad every time, right? Well, you can heal your dog though. With, I think if you give it bones, then you can heal it. Ferrets, you can eliminate it? Really? If you give it bones, I think you should be able to, like... Let's go. No, not let's go. Oh, I guess there is a lag. I am thinking, you know what, let's do squads. Then maybe that way I'm allowed to play further than just round 1. Well, I'm not even allowed to play round 2. Yeah, with food, right? I have, honestly, I don't know. I don't know. I know you can. I haven't done that yet. But you can't, let's see. Meat. Oh, meat, but no fish. Okay. We can give it meat. Indeed. True. Then I get the hearts. Yeah, good job. You can't heal parrots unless you have like a splash potion of healing. Such. But you know, it's a lot of fun playing Minecraft. Parrots. Exactly. I had a whole conversation about Minecraft parrots and that the fact that there is like a cockatiel in Minecraft, and that it's not the same as a parrot, even though in Minecraft it works the same. Like, I think I spent a full hour talking about birds in chat. Oh no, not this one again. But we can do this. We can do this, right? I mean, we're in the upwards trend for this one. We made it the last time, which means we have to be able to make it this time. There's no ventilators, I guess. Are there ventilators? There are no ventilators. Great. No. What do you mean? How did I not make that jump? Please, let me through. I have to remember, I'm the pink and blue axolotl. And I have to jump more diagonal for that one. We're not gonna make it, are we? I just want it. Oh. 27 of 41. Sorry, didn't mean to grab. Made it! Yay! You got this. Yes, we did. Ha. And it's adorable, yes. Worms are so cool, they deserve to be talked a lot about. Agreed. Agreed. Okay, what's round 2 gonna be? Big fans? I don't think oh no. Oh no. We can do it though. We've got this. Also, that is a dragon. I want a dragon skin. I need a dragon skin. Come on. I mean, I need it, right? It's just has to happen. Whoa. Oh, wait. What? Dumb. Bean. Stop being dumb. There we go. Dragon skin, right? Not mine. There we go. No! Come on, I can do it. Do it. Where are they doing that? You can just hop over, like that's a thing. Oh my god. Yes, it is. And I've been. Oh my god. Okay. It doesn't help much though. Why? Just put your feet on the stupid bar. Don't be dumb. I don't got this. I don't got this. Aww. This one I find really difficult. I am still very confused about how we're gonna make a battle out of this one. I don't think you can play this with two, right? Kind of such. Like a jewel of some sorts would be pretty. That would be pog. Party promenade. I don't think we've done this yet, have we? Oh gosh. Yeah, I don't understand how that's gonna work. Yeah, me neither. Like, how is it gonna be fair? Because either we have server lag, and then I asked Raff, and he says we're gonna wait. What did he say? We play by ourselves. How is that gonna be fair? Why are we going up like that? So confused. Where are we supposed to like go? Grab, right? hard as mine. But that means viewers will need to have both view streams up to be able to watch the battle. Or you have me alone because I'm a mobile viewer. That is also very true. That is also very true. I have to leave. Please allow me to leave. Hello. Focus. Please. Now I can leave. Nice. Yeah, so I have no clue how that's gonna work. I guess Raff and I have to discuss that at some point. No, we weren't. Probably who left. Come on, please, 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 please. Why? All of a sudden, like, you're at 60, sure. Oh, we haven't done this one yet. We've done, like, how many races even are there? We've done so many. Oh no. Okay, so you want to try to stay up top. Apart from that last part, it seems. Let's see. I'm gonna try. Well, so much for trying to stay up top. I was shot out of the sky. Eyeball. Oh. Rhino. Rhino. We have done this one. We actually had done that one already. My phone finally reached a percentage higher than 51%. Yay! Go, Tasteful. Guess with it breaking this much, I actually need to keep it on with stuff running in the background for it to change. Charge it up. Oh my god. Good luck. Oh yeah, and stream is of course draining it pretty badly. Oh no. Oh no. Yay! Ow. Oh, I want points too. Well, let's go. Like, I want to see for the dragon skin. Like, is that something I can? Do I really have to wait until that comes into the shop, or like, how does the shop even work? What's this? Oh, downloadable content. I don't think I'm gonna like that. Wait. Meh. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. I am so sorry. Dance the pain away. Yes, dance, 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 dance. I guess we're just, you know, waiting just a little longer. So it always needs a little time to start up. There we go. Also, we are nearing the end of the puzzle hunt. Yeah, that's happening too. I'm really curious to see how people are with figuring it out. Tundra run. Hot and cold simultaneously. But cold for you is weird cold, right? It's not cold as what we would consider cold, right? Also, Stephanie, Tay's phone is 7-ish years old. It has its flaws. And Tay is aware that it has its flaws. No, not the strawberry. Oh my god, did you see that? Haha! That was pretty cool. No! Oh, you can fall on the tree. I want to try this one out. Oh, that is pretty cool. Not the... Why? No! That was so close. That was so close. This one lasted very long. It really did. Like 07 to Tay's phone. Oh no, I don't like this one. Then again, with it being the first round, it's better. So bad. My axolotl have triple. What is this? Axolotl, swim! My axolotl gets stuck. Like, if this was like stuck in the zone, I wouldn't have as much of an issue. That was pretty cool. No! Why? What's going on? So confused. Your car is 20 years old and every time it's wrong, I just patted it. It's okay, Grandpa. Yeah. I remember, like, my parents always would go to buy a car and they'd be like, it can't be older than this. And the very first time they said it can't be older than, you know, the age I was like, gee, thanks. Also, wait. No, I don't wanna. No, I don't wanna. I wanna play. Party promenade. Ugh. It's. Do you have to? No, you don't, right? You can just fall into the. You don't have to use this swing thing. Good. Because I haven't figured out how to do that yet. Okay, no you don't. Really? Okay. Don't. Wait, shouldn't I be able to like do it like this? Wait. Okay, never mind. That one's gonna work. That one's gonna turn me that. Or not, I guess. Mimi, it's over! No! No. Go blue, go blue. Unfortunately. Unfortunately, peanut butter, as we would call that. It's fine. Yes, it's fine. As long as I perform Saturday, I don't care about any of these test runs. Saturday is when I have to peak. I have to beat Raff. I just have to. I'm gonna be practicing this for every spare moment I have this week. Because I have to beat Raff. Oh no. Guys, physics. Physics! Remember the physics! Please! No, why? Okay, I'll wait on the side. Wait, where do I have to go? But made it. Hello, I'm not gonna wave though. I wanna make it. I made it, I made it, I made it. I haven't yet made this one. Make these kids cry. Yeah. Yes. Pull them over the line. Good. Among Texas? Great name. Let's go! Yes! Wait, there are bouncy things? Okay. What are we gonna play? This one sounds like a whole lot of fun, but this is not gonna work. I'm gonna be so terrible at this one. Oh my god. It's quite a long one too. Ow! I'm stupid! Ah! Great. Oh my god! All I had to do was follow the rest. All I had to do was copy exactly what the other people were doing. But no, I had to go and just put my nose in places where it wasn't supposed to go. I don't even have a nose when I'm in game. It doesn't even have a nose. This one again. We're getting better with the minute. That is true. Definitely. It's going slow though. We just need to beat... No, we need to beat Raff, not Bram. We need to beat Raff at the end of the week. But I feel like Raff has a whole lot more hours in there. Guys, physics. Physics don't work like that. Nice. So you go right that side. Take this route. Okay, we are not taking that route, I see. Go by this one. Please, 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 please. Oh, that's where the jumpy thing is. Wait, am I gonna be number 4? Third round, my bad. It's okay. It's okay. Better keep dancing. Dancing. Ooh, 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 ooh. To be fair, it is kind of late. Yeah, say if you have to go, right? Just, it's gonna be okay. I mean, chat has behaved really nicely today. So, if you have to go, we can make it work. No, I'm fine. Okay, okay. You're not tired. Okay. What are you doing? My little guy. You know how physics work, right? You know how gravity works? So it was not like that. You can do it! Well done! Nice! Drank coffee earlier and Steph is free tomorrow. Nice! I've had a free day today. I spent it doing pretty much nothing. Well, that's not true. I had a meeting with... I had a couple of meetings actually. But I had a meeting with Rosie about a mod, well, a data pack, I guess, we're creating for Minecraft. A lot of fun. I'm not completely needing a friend, but only at 1 PM. Ah, and it's fun, so that's good. Also, Stephanie, talking about Minecraft and mods, there is an Origin server with some people from the 5up Twit, like, community. So if you want to, I can ask them to send you an invite, I think. Origins is so much fun. I am a feline, and that means I don't take fall damage, and I can jump 2 blocks high. Wait, what do I have to do? What's this one again? We can do this one. Yeah, I will ask them because it's really a lot of fun. And then you know there are so many origins, like you can be Andarian, like you can Underpearl. Sure, let's just immediately go here. You can be a ghost. Is there Inchling and a Elytrian? A Elytrian, yes. Inchling, I'm actually not sure. I don't think so. But I don't know. Dash, dash. Qualify! Nice. I have to decide. Oh no. Yeah, to make it even worse, you also have to decide whether you want to be like a cook or a wood chopper or whatever. I'm a cook, which means that all food that I craft is like, it gives you extra saturation. It's so much fun. Ghost or flying or inchling? Yep. Yep. But I'm jumpy. I love it. What's that all about? It's an extra like addition to just an extra mod thingy. Avoid the rhinos. Oh no! I've never played this. Uh-oh. I'm so scared. Alamus made me scared of this one. No. Leave me alone. Leave me alone! What? Is there somewhere where I can read about it? Let me look at what... What? That's not pretty sure. Let me look at my Origins mods. I think it's called Origins Classes. And done. That was quick. It really was. Let me see. Origins Classes. Data pack? Sure. Scout, Hunter, Traveler, Mercenary, Noble, nope. Forge. I think it is this one. Yeah, I think it's this one. How do I send it to you? I'm gonna send it to you over Discord. Because I will need to send you something over Discord anyway, I think. Where are you? Oh! Oh, you're not on my Discord! Oh! How am I gonna find you now? Wait. You are probably in Five's Discord. You probably are. Steph. You're not? You are not? Wait. Stephanie. Oh gosh, how am I supposed to find you then? Okay, give me a sec. How do I have the other Discord open here? Do I have the other Discord open here? No, I don't. Oh. Am I gone? No, you're there. I can't find you on Discord. You disappeared. Yeah, you did. Wait. Oh, wait. I knew. Oh, Stephanie. Helps if you pick the right one. Wait, are you or are you not in 5 server? You are. Why can't I find you? No. Wait. I give up. Where's Twitch? I'm gonna whisper you the link. Who's almost as blind as me? Real, not fake. Hey, I saw her on Caterino. There you go. It's not spam. I know you. Why would you only send the link? But I mean, it worked. Yay! We got money. But how to send you a message? I think you sent me a message on the other Discord. I have a gaming Discord, which is on my other Windows profile. Wait, what was that? Wait, what? Wait, I see whispers in my Chatterino. What? That's so cool. I didn't know that. So it'll still find me if I have the Discord though. Weird. I don't know. That's probably me. That's probably me. I will figure this out after stream. I will send you, cause from 5 up to it, we also have like Well, it started out as a streamer server. What happened?
Good Giraffe raided the stream with 4 viewers.
Raff! Thank you so much for the stream! Raid! How was your stream? Hey! How was it? W. Nice. It was good? Cool. How's practicing going? Yeah. Yeah, good question. Very, very good question. I was kind of hoping you wanted to play for a little bit somewhere this week. Sort of pro this game. I know. How are we gonna do this, by the way? Because there is no way we're gonna do this that is fun for the viewers and like fair. Also, I don't wanna lose. I don't wanna win because someone allows me to win. I wanna win fair and square. I don't know, whoever gets highest point placement gets points. But that's not fair, because if we each play on our own server, like if I play EU and you play US, then we're gonna have different games. And games pretty much determine how good you will, like, I mean, I am pretty sure even you have games you're good at and games you're less good at. Still so glad I got him to wish me the day before my birthday because he didn't even remember my birthday last year. Yeah, you did that. That's Pog. I got no clue how we can do this. Yeah, me neither. I don't know how bad the server lag is. Because maybe it's not even bad. You can play some if you want. Yeah, I'd like that. I'd very much like that. Also, look, I'm an axolotl. It's pink. That is a little sad. Wait, can I color it? No, I can't, can I? But I'm an axolotl! Oh. Gotta re-download it. Be done in like 3 minutes. Okay, see you in a bit. Actually, I am gonna take that for a tiny short little break. Someone downloaded bits to him and half to wish me, and I was so happy. Yeah, that's really cool. Like, really treasure that. Amazing. Anyway, I will be right back. See you in a bit. Hello, I'm back. Oh, you fed a dragon. Awesome. Thank you. You know what else is cool? Wait, let me try this out. You want to see what we can do? Let's see. Let's see what we can do. That we're battling. We lost. No, I guess we lost our crown then. Sad. So what are you talking about? Your game is done downloading. Okay. You wanna hop into a VC, or are we gonna do it like just like this? Also, how do we play? No! I don't. That was not what I wanted to do. I wanted this one. Yeah, call me. Will do. Also, I have to turn on Discord. I'm pretty sure. Yep, there we go. Hey!
Hi.
Hi.
You ready to get smoked?
Well, I mean, that's definitely what's gonna happen, so, I guess.
I'm playing on a controller too.
Ooh.
I'm sweating.
Um,
So I was talking to Beefball TV, and I was like, "Oh, me and Blue are trying to figure out how to do this, like to see who wins." And he's like, "Just do points, and then whoever wins the most rounds, I guess, like makes it to the next round, will get like a certain amount of points."
yeah, but that's, I mean, if we're not playing in the same, because either we have server lag, right? And I guess we will see now how bad that is.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's too bad,
But even I don't think we can play with each other. Can we play with each other and do solos? Like not be in the same team?
I mean, we can keep score then, right? Like whoever finishes first.
Yeah, and then like he was saying, like say if I win a whole game, then it would be worth more points, obviously.
Obviously, yeah. I don't know how to change. Oh wait, it's probably here, right?
It's verifying Epic Online Services overlay right now.
Yeah, I have no idea what that means.
I don't know.
Server region. US East, I'm guessing?
Yeah.
Okay, save.
Have you won?
Nope.
Have you made it far?
I have made it to round 4 once.
Oh, you aminal.
Usually I strand around 2.
Oof, Blue. You're gonna have to dial in.
I know. Why do you think I already started?
I love how the poll's not even done.
Exactly.
But it's like heavily favored Fall Guys.
It's no fun. I really don't like it.
Missing files required to stealth. What? I have to verify my game files? What?
Yeah, I don't like how everyone is voting in your favor. Like, they really don't want to see me win.
I honestly thought they were gonna vote for you to win.
Yeah.
Your people did you dirty, Blue. I don't know.
I know. I know.
The only person who didn't vote for Fall Guys in my server was Dilly, and she voted for Connect 4.
No fun.
She's the only one who didn't. She's the only one who voted against me, and I'm not surprised because it's Dilly.
Well, I mean, actually, in my server, it currently is 5 versus 5. And that is with your vote in there. I mean,
What?
yeah, I'm looking at it. And it's 5
Come on.
against 5.
Let me look. Let me. Let me run the books. So 5 for Fall Guys in mine. Where's your server? Well, no, it'd be 10 for Fall Guys.
Yeah, like, it's not in the one you posted. It's not in the Alt F4 arcade, is it? Because I couldn't
Yeah, it
find
is.
it. Where?
Alt F4 Arcade, and it's in announcements.
Oh. Huh?
Yeah. It's the most recent one.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, so it's 10 for Fall Guys. 7 for... I don't know if that's Connect 4.
Who knows? Guys,
Connect 4 is my
Guys.
thinking phase.
go to Raff's Discord and vote.
No, don't do that. Yeah, so it's 10 for Fall Guys, 7 for Connect 4.
I mean, it was worse. So who knows?
It was really bad for you.
Yeah, it was. I'm starting to have faith again.
I'll have to make a call to the boys. I'll have to make a call. Alright. I gotta figure out how to join you.
Yeah, I don't know how that works. So,
Me and
are we gonna do squad shows or squad duos?
we can play with each other, yeah. Squad duos.
Duo.
No,
No.
duos. I don't know. I'm tossed. The Glizzy Gang Showdown is back. Oof. How do I join? Oh, here we go. Boom.
Oh.
Oh, never mind. You invited me. That's never mind. Eat.
Hi. Oh. Oh. Where are your
Yeah.
legs?
I don't have them. I float.
Silly jaguar.
Wait, is there like a duos one?
This is squad.
There's no duos?
There is duos.
Do you want to do duos?
Okay.
Because it'd just be us on a team.
I'm ready. And thanks, Day.
Let's get a W. Me and Beefball used to play this and drink every time you fell off the map.
Oh no.
Yeah, I was hammered.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Poor Blue, you'd be so drunk.
Yeah. Drunk and nauseous.
So what time do you want to face Saturday?
I haven't, like, there is a birthday that I have to attend Saturday, and I have not yet heard anything.
We could do it Sunday. Because the only time I'd be able to do it Saturday is if it would be 1 p.m. like my time, and if not earlier than that. I messed up on my scheduling. I should really write down a schedule thing, you know?
Yeah. Well, Sunday's fine with me too.
Okay, we could do Sunday. Beautiful. That's perfect. So I don't have to rush.
I think at least. Where's
I don't have to smoke you then get off.
to.
Were you just imitating me?
I think I can do Sunday, yeah. Wait, which one is this? Oh, this is the rolling one. Okay.
I have to get a pet rat now.
Poor rat.
What?
No, wait, chat. Please stay here with me.
Hey, yo, this is such a cluster.
Yeah, I don't like this.
Oh.
Don't!
Silent.
Don't! I fell. I fell again.
I get super laggy. I don't look into some settings here.
Well, I mean, that might also be because you're streaming in my party, and even though I am on the US server.
See ya, I fell off. Oh, what a clutch.
Yay!
Oh, no, I fell off again. Wrong way.
Whoops.
Oh, this is some good practice.
There was a hole there.
Yeah.
Raff
Oh,
finally.
fuck, there's a hole there.
Raff finally practicing. No. No. Whoa, 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 I made it. Yay!
I promise you, we're not making it to the next round.
What do you mean?
I can promise you, we're not.
Wait, what do you mean you're still there?
It goes on both of our scores.
What do you mean you're still there?
Blue, relax. I must have had some desync or something. Oh, I'm an animal. Blue, yeah, we
We're
didn't
still
make it.
not making it.
Okay. Let's hit it back out. Let me fix some game settings. Get me out of here. I'm deleting this game.
Wait, this is the same way, right? Yeah. Oh, please let me get out. Please. Please. Please.
I think if you ask nicely, it will do it.
Please. Yes, it does.
I got out. I'm out of here. Get me out of here. I have 29 crowns.
Wow. I have 2 and I only got them because I think they were given in a level.
Oh, you have the axolotl?
I do.
You didn't get the bottom piece on them?
Not yet. Okay, Steph, enjoy your meal. Thank you for being here. I don't know if I want to get the bottom piece. Because I kind of like it the way it is. Plus, I want to get the dragon as soon as that comes.
Game's really cruising for a bruising right now.
Or you can try inviting me and then we'll see if it's
It's fine.
works
No,
better.
it's just I wasn't lagging. It was my game. Like, it wasn't like FPS lag.
Okay. Okay.
I'm dialed in now.
Okay. Good.
Let me drink some water.
Oh, seesaws. I think the 360 seesaws are the worst.
Oh, this is easy.
But these are not that bad, but the 360
You just
ones,
run down the
oh
middle.
my god. Yeah, until all the people here forget about gravity.
Nah. No.
Leave me alone. Please? Please, guys? Okay, sure.
No. Go. Go. Oh. That was fucking bad face boy right there.
No, we can't all come this way.
There's no blue.
What do you mean you're ahead?
Blue, I ripped past you.
Why? How?
Fast as fuck, boy.
No, you're in my way.
Go.
Yeah, not exactly.
Hey yo. What's going on down there? Figure it out, boys. No.
There we go.
You idiots. You guys idiots.
What?
Come off the fucking thing.
Bruh.
Did you kids see ya?
Well, I mean, if this is the level I can
Third.
expect.
Third place. Don't worry. I'm gonna play this every day. No more Fortnite.
Come on, Axolotl, you can do it. Axolotl, you can do this.
Only use it where the actual
That's so sad. That is so sad.
Aren't axolotls in Minecraft?
Was it a
I
question?
just want to have the axolotl skin.
Because it looks nice. It's cute.
I have so many skins in this game, it's a little disturbing.
I want that dragon. Did you see the dragon? I want a blue dragon.
There's a dragon skin?
Alrighty. I mean, even as wings, I want it. I have to have it. I hate this one. I played it
Wait,
once.
you like dragons?
Yeah, big newsflash.
Dragon these nuts.
I love Discord. No, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. I already survived better than last time. Last time I was out within like 2 seconds. Oh, being in the middle is so creepy. No, all the rhinos. All the rhinos. Don't!
Oh, see ya, Blue.
Nope. You thought I was done.
Yeah. Oh, oh! I almost actually fell them out.
Rhino? Rhino? Would you mind not eating me? I may look like an axolotl, but axolotls don't taste nice.
Let's go, W.
Survived it! Yay!
Blue, you're the best. You're the best in the fucking game. See, look what happened. You play with me, you start catching dubs. How hyped would you be if we won?
Well, I mean, very much, but at the same time, I wouldn't like that I would meet you for the dub.
I'm sort of a freak at this game.
Okay, so what do you do to win this one? Because this one I
You just wheel into any pipe. That sounded bad, but just go. I don't know. Just go into like any pipe. It doesn't really matter.
Okay.
Like obviously there's some shorter ones, but you would waste more time trying to figure out which one is which.
Yeah, I think for the first one it's easy to see, but the other ones I just did not have any way to see that.
Mm-hmm. We used to play this so much.
I have been playing it for 4.5 hours.
How do you like it?
Honestly, I think I like Minecraft parkour way more. Yeah. No, no, please.
Oh my god, I just got dropped by something. Oh my god. Got a fade. Oh, I fell off the map.
Why?
I got sniped, and then it hit me into something, and then the thing came back around for round 2 and smoked me.
Please, 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 please,
Oh, come on.
please, please, please. Thank you. Seesaws. What? It blew me out. Did I finally? Yes, I made it past the seesaws. That's the first. So how am I? Am I gonna finish this map for the first time? I think. Woo! Raff, I can't help but notice that so far I have.
Relax.
How do you do that, by the way?
Let's go. You like jump and then you grab it at the same time.
Okay, because
I
at
forgot how to
the
do it for a
same
second.
time. Okay,
We qualified. Let's go.
nice.
I may not finish first, but I'm steady.
Nice. What are we gonna do? Oh, I
this is the
can't.
map.
I can't do the last jump with the big ones. For some reason, I can't figure that. Like the last one you see right now.
There used to be. There's this one map that like you could skip like such a big chunk of it by like getting knocked off and then hitting one of the bounce pads. Not this one, but like I don't know if they still have it.
Oh, such. Would have been pretty fun if I'd made that.
Hey yo, that little cup is catching the biggest right hook. I was cruising, and then he caught me.
Okay. Okay, there we go. This one. For some reason, I always get myself, like, I always get stuck. Please.
You don't have to. So this middle part, you don't have to do that.
How?
You jump down
What?
to the left and right. When you get up to the last part.
I don't get it.
Oh no. Oh, you can't get up that.
No.
So jump. So jump to the right.
And that.
Yeah.
Oh.
And boom. Boom.
Oh my god! No.
Hey yo, Blue, I'm gonna be honest with you. Don't want to make you feel bad or anything, but you're the last one.
Figured. I always am the last one here. This map, I just can't. I can't do this one.
They jump to your left. And you don't have to like instantly jump. Like, most of the time, you can take your time and jump up and down. Yeah. Oh.
I also half the time I can't see what I'm doing. Like it's not helping. Yes. Yeah. Thanks. And then nope.
No, you don't have to keep diving. Oh. Oh, Blue. You made it up. Tell you what,
made
we're
it
not
up.
making it to the next round. You made it up.
This
Little
was
victories.
exactly. This was a win.
I count that as a win for us. Let's back up.
Hey.
W.
Nice. Now you're an axolotl too. Wait, what is this?
Oh, I'll go change my skin though.
Why does it have an exclamation mark? Oh. I don't want to be busy VIP. Nope.
I'm ready. lollipops.
I like the music.
I can't even hear the music.
Yeah, axolotls. Yeah, only for a little while play. I'm sorry. We were two axolotls for a very short time. Oh, poor Tay.
Definitely won't affect the friendship. Definitely not.
Poor Tay. You can't ask that.
It's okay. All my friends said they want you to win, so.
Then they shouldn't have chosen Fall Guys.
Yeah, but like.
If they meant that.
It would feel better for you if you beat me at a game I'm good at.
100% true.
Now, do I think you're gonna win? There's a chance you could. There's a chance I can
No
get
way.
like really sweaty lobbies. But is it laggy for you?
No, it's not.
So we just gotta figure out how we're gonna do it. Like, I'm pretty sure we can queue into solos together.
But then how are they gonna watch both of us? Because I mean, we could do it like this, right? And then just see what our
I
placement
could
is.
stream it too.
Yeah, but then still, how are they gonna watch it? Because not everyone can have two streams open at the same time.
Isn't it like some stream team thing?
Only for partners, I believe.
Just trolling.
No, I can't. I don't have time to put that off. I don't have time to turn it off. Okay, I do. We can multitask. My alarm. I did. Hey.
Okay, yo, I put a run down the middle of that. I missed. I might not see you. I was trolling.
How am I supposed to make that? What kind of a jump is that?
W. Oh, blue.
What? Ugh. I can do it. I can do this.
Yeah, I believe in you. You got this. All you.
How many
All
seconds?
you cash money.
Nice.
See you again.
There we go. Nice.
Definitely made it to the next round. This kid's lost. This guy's lost.
Are we watching the same one?
Good name.
Oh no, we're not watching the same one.
I'm gonna get sweaty at this game.
After Saturday.
No, I'm definitely gonna play all day. Next couple days. Definitely.
Roll on. Also, wait, do you know the level where you have to, like, one of those floating rectangular areas that you have to stay in to get to 100%?
What?
Okay, never mind.
Well, this Sonic the Hedgehog in this game?
Apparently. Stop doing that.
See you, Blue. What? On my screen, you literally. Oh Jesus. Come on. Over here. Boom.
Nope.
Wall. See, it fell off the map. I was just falling.
I will say I did that too. No, 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 no. There's a wall.
Bust, bust.
Go.
Oh, see ya. Oh my god. I'm a freak. Never mind, I'm not.
No, 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 no. Why did you walk on already? Wait. Hi, I see you.
Yeah.
Yes, whoa.
Pick it up.
No, I'm dumb. I'm so dumb.
Oh, Blue, I don't think we're making a big dog.
Don't think so either. I am throwing. I'm in the middle. Fine. I'm not in the middle. Okay. Patience.
Wheel.
There is a wall. Let's use the wall. Use the next wall. What do you mean? I didn't fall off.
Oh, I made it.
I am not making it.
You got this.
Nope, 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 nope.
Faith is lost. On my screen, you like fell down through the map, and you fucking zoomed back up.
Ah!
It's
Sorry.
fine. We'll get there. We'll get there.
I didn't have so much problems with it.
Let's
previous
back up
time.
quick. Hop swap. I can change my skin.
Okay.
Skin change.
Chat, do we want the lower part of the axolotl? Do we want to be a full axolotl?
Alright, I have my new skin.
Unicorn.
You like my shoes?
Definitely.
The Gucci.
Full axolotl. Okay, will do. I will buy the rest of the axolotl skin.
Thought you would have changed the command by now.
No.
I don't even remember what I win.
I don't want to remind you.
I know I get a command
Yep.
saying I'm the best.
Yep.
How long do you keep the command for, though?
I honestly, I don't know.
I'm thinking the rest of time, honestly.
I know that's too long.
But if you win, I will keep it for the rest of time.
I somehow don't believe that.
I pinky promise?
Do pinky promises mean anything if you can't actually pinky promise?
But like, I'll like turn on my webcam and then bust up my pinky. Then you just put your pinky towards your screen, and that's good enough, honestly. Nah, if you win, I'll keep your command forever.
Well, I mean, it also depends on, you know, are we gonna do this again? Because then I feel like, just come
Yeah,
on.
we can do it again. Oh! I got a number 2 off the side there. Jesus. What? I didn't jump!
Same.
Stupid shit. I didn't jump again.
How like jump and grab at the same time. You know what? We're not doing that. We're just gonna go to wherever this saw is highest.
Blue, I'm throwing right now. See ya. See ya, Blue. Dude, why can't I catch that?
Yeah, me neither. I keep like, it's that I don't have a nose in this game, right? But otherwise it would be flat. Okay, guys, please. No.
Oh my god. I need to smoke or something. I don't even smoke.
Ooh, made it.
Blue, I can't get past this.
We, not we. Yes, we. Oh, I've not done this before.
Bus.
Oh,
Oh,
patience.
wheel.
No, so much for patience.
Yeah, Blue, you're not patient.
Patience didn't get me there. Nope. Oh, yes it did. I don't understand what I'm supposed to do with these. Like, made it.
Let's go. Oh, we're not making it.
That's okay. We made it to the finish line. That's worth something.
It's all that matters.
You want to leave already?
Yeah. No, I can't leave. Fuck.
Darn. Just leave.
The craziest Raff won a green sword. Yeah, honestly, a little hurt that didn't go through, but that's fine. I'll get over that.
Wait, what?
What Tay said.
Green sword?
Mod.
Oh, that green sword. Oh, technically it's a white sword, but okay, yeah, I understand.
Look in the green box.
Exactly.
I think it gets by the axolotl thing. Which one?
Oh, you're right. Thank you for reminding me.
I would have been the best mod around.
No, but like, moderation is not something to be won via a game.
I would have made you a mod in my chat. Not that does anything.
I don't want to be a mod in your chat. I feel like if I'm a mod, I'm gonna take that seriously, and there's no way in your chat I'm gonna. You're not
There's
gonna
no
like that.
moderating my chat. I allow everything except for like the bad stuff, you know?
Listen, I see a color that stands out, and that's the one I end up saying. Okay, understood, Tay.
The only one who actually does mod stuff in my chat is Ducky. But she's there to get rid of the bots.
Sorry, she is? Oh, there to get rid of the bots. Yeah. Okay, gotcha.
Because that's like the only thing.
Tay does that
I
too.
love
Tay is
everything.
amazing.
Yeah, it tastes the best.
Raff, your chat is so much different to Blue's and everyone adjacent to Blue.
I don't know what adjacent means.
Related to me in a not family style.
Oh, because you're PG.
Technically, I'm not PG, but yeah.
I've never heard you swear. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you have to swear.
It's turn! Damn it!
Let's go. Woo. I'm going to clip that and post that shit everywhere. I'd be like,
I have
"Ooh,
sworn
swore at
already.
me."
You were
I'm gonna
in
make it a
chat.
sound alert.
You
Like,
were
swore
in
at me.
chat, and I swore.
I don't remember. I don't recall this at all.
Yeah, I know, but I did.
Yeah, I don't know. Show me the receipts.
No. This time you're gonna clip it and share it. I don't want that.
Oh, what do you think I'm gonna do when you say it? When you swear? When
Why do you
happen?
think I want to win so badly?
Nah. Oh, see ya. I fell off. Blue, I have to win now. I just remembered that.
No.
I can't let you win. Deal. Sure.
No. Okay, sure. Let's do it like that. Oh, wait.
Oh,
Guys.
this definitely was not a shortcut.
Guys,
This is definitely way
this is
longer.
not how we help. Can you, please? Gee, thanks. Thank you everyone for doing the gravity thing.
Yeah, go around that.
Okay, I don't know who just jumped against me, but thank you. I'm gonna save my ass.
Holy shit, where'd this guy come from? Oh, Blue, you're dusting me.
I hate these seesaws.
I sell seashells by the seashore.
What? I sell.
What?
I sell. What? I sell seashells by the seashore.
By the seashore.
I sell seashells by the seashore. Cool.
I sell. Whoa. The tongue twister. Oh, nice boost there. I'll take that. I'm wheeling.
Yeah, 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 yay!
Goal.
Everyone who's adjacent to Blue is technically 5ups community members that stream. But this is dynamic and all your streams are the same. Is it? I mean, the dynamic and Rosie stream, for example, is very different, isn't it? We qualified, yay!
Tell you what, me and Blue don't have the same chat.
Oh no, we don't.
But it's weird because if you look at the Twitch stats, me and Blue have a lot of the same viewers in common.
Yeah, but I think a lot is like Tay and Rosie, and Tay and Rosie make up like half my viewers usually, so
I just
then we have a lot of views in common if you like look percentage wise.
yeah, percentage wise we do. I think like almost 50%. But I'll tell you what, me and Blue don't talk the same.
Oh, this one again.
You should have heard the stream today. It was getting bad.
Bad how?
We were just threatening each other and singing for like 4 hours.
Oh, no. No.
But it just makes it more fun.
You and I have such a different idea of what's fun. What do you mean that throws me off the map?
I think I've thrown in Dilly like 15 times today.
Poor Dilly.
No, Dilly has to come and have to be honest. Dilly sends me Snapchats with the middle finger song on here.
You know, you have such a different dynamic with Dilly than I have.
You're too nice.
Probably.
You're too nice.
How is there a thing like too nice? How can there be a too nice?
Because like, it'd be one of those things where like, when people make fun of you, they feel bad. You're so nice to them.
Yeah, so then how is it too nice? How can there be
Because
too
you're
much
too nice
of
that
nice?
people feel bad for making fun of you, so they don't make fun of you.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
No,
What?
no, no. Oh, okay.
Oh, this guy's almost snaked me. Ew. Let's go.
I can't make that. I made it before, didn't I? Wait, I can walk over to the pipe?
See a Blue?
I can't walk over the pipe. I see.
I think you can. I think you just gotta time
I've done that before.
Oh, wheel, Blue, wheel. Let's go, Blue. You're the best.
Made it! Yeah, but Rosie has a lot of friends outside of her community, but also has friends in the community too. Raff doesn't have as many 5 community members as Rosie does. Oh, you do. That's true. Raff's,
Oh, yeah, no,
Raff's is definitely different, yeah. There's no denying that. I mean, you noticed when he brought some of his viewers over to our stream, right? Oh my god, the chaos!
That was so funny.
It wasn't. It really wasn't.
I was just getting everyone fired up. I loved it.
Well, I mean, we didn't. Like,
After a while, I was like, I think we should stop. Oh, Jesus. Jesus.
same. I was standing behind you, like.
Oh.
How do you keep an eye on both of them?
You don't usually get hit by one.
Yeah, but getting to the. What do you mean? Where did that come from? Why did it change course?
Because they hit each other. Oh,
Leave me alone!
I'm an
Stop
animal.
dragging me!
Dragons?
Don't.
Oh, I fell off.
No.
I caught a fade.
No.
Oh, see you, Blue. We might make it. If God's good, you know?
How can people?
No, we didn't make it.
How can people?
Oh, no.
How can people still beat our score there? Because isn't it like?
Because they probably had more people up than we did. Quick.
Yeah, but how does?
Terry got a headache.
Yeah,
We had to put
exactly.
Tay to work.
Well, not just
Fucking
stay. Like
giving us-
my second mod was in the room with me, right? It was frustrating.
See, I could be your other mod. That's where it would have came help, you know?
You were the one firing up people to come into my chat to wreak havoc.
But you had so many viewers that night.
Stats. Which stats? Where are my stats?
Look at your max viewers. Now that may have not been, because I had at least.
Which one was it? It was Saturday, right?
I don't think it was this past Saturday.
No.
it was like
The Saturday before.
Yeah.
What did we play? We were playing. I think it was that. Or the Friday. Yeah, because that Saturday. No, that Saturday we did Minecraft. Remember?
Yeah, I think you were playing something else at the time.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. The Friday has 3 average viewers, and the Saturday has 3.5 average viewers, which is
Yeah, a half.
which
Look
is
at the
below
max.
which is below my whole average.
Look at the max viewers though.
I can't see my max viewers here. Wait.
It's okay. Just when we face, I'll get the boys in there. When we face Sunday, I'll have the boys there, and it'll be great.
Wait, what did I stream here? Does this one happen? I don't think.
Oh, that's what I'll do. W.
What?
I'll know how I'll win.
What?
Don't worry
Oh
about
wait,
that.
we're playing already? Oh whoops! What
Yeah.
are we playing? What are we doing?
It's the one where you have to stand on the fruit symbols. Count the fruit.
I'm so confused.
3 of whatever these purple things are. 1 dragon fruit. And that's it. Now you have to stand on top of this. Okay. So it's gonna show something. Okay, so 1. So it's a dragon fruit. Oh, come over here. Come over here, boo.
Where did you see one? Oh,
Over there.
there. I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just saved your life.
Yeah, fine.
2, 3 coconuts.
One banana.
2 pears and 1 banana. Take it.
What is that music?
Right, try that. One banana. I should have flown a kid off the map. Oh no, no, they didn't do it to me. 4 of these purple things, 2, 3 green things, 1 banana.
2 bananas.
4, 3, 2. Ooh.
3 green
3 of
things.
these green things.
Stop pushing!
Blue, you almost got knocked off there.
I had a little bit, but yeah, true. I tried so hard to silence you, but you being VIP makes it harder. You can definitely deal with this type of thing, especially when your own friends won't even listen to you.
Nah.
Oh, I didn't know the VIP thing makes it harder.
I'll tell them on Sunday to be calm enough. If I'm losing, I'm sorry, Blue. you're gonna have to do double the work there. Porte.
If we're losing, we're just gonna go offline for an hour.
Yeah.
Or if he's losing.
Yeah, end the stream. Then I can say it's fake. Alright, Blue, I'm gonna rinse this guy in between us.
Why?
Because
He's a
Fly
fellow
with the-
axolotl.
Fly with the fist.
He's a fellow axolotl.
This guy was fading me. Oh, Blue. One shot that hits me, right? Pause.
Let go of me.
No shot. Dude, I hate when they collide because they always knock me off.
Are you down?
There's a very real possibility I just die.
Oh no.
Oh, see ya. Oh, how'd that work? Just survived for like a second? W?
W?
I
Nice.
don't know how that didn't kill you. That shit ran you right over.
I don't know either.
You went under it somehow.
Yes. I just dropped down and let it roll over.
You were in the Matrix there, it's fun.
Yeah, but it really depends on RNG, like... Oh, I haven't played this yet.
Oh, this is the final.
Oh no.
If we win this, we win.
Oh no.
When we win this.
When we win this, yes, 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 yes.
All grief, people, Blue.
I'll just try to not fall too quickly.
It's pretty hard to fall. Don't like run around, like jump. Like that. Like that.
You seem to misunderstand just how bad I am at this game.
I think.
Nope. Bye.
You die?
Yep.
No shot.
I was the first one to be eliminated. Oh, you wait until it starts like...
See, kids. Get dusted. Oh, Blue.
Oh my god! That's clutch! You can do it!
Yeah. Oh.
So close. So close, yet so far.
Not cash money at all. Not cash money. Oh, I didn't back out. We were close there.
We were so
This
close.
guy's name's Glizzy VIP. Shoosh.
I'm Zany Hyena.
I'm Silly Jaguar. 153.
Silly Jaguar is a nice name. What is Zany mean?
Zany.
What is a
Zany
Zany?
hyena.
Google.
My name used to be something else, but it got changed.
Google. What is Zany? What does Zany mean? Amusingly unconventional and idiosyncratic. Eccentric. No. It calls me unique.
Yeah, an idiot. Look.
An idiot isn't necessarily unique. I mean, you should know.
I would honestly never say anything bad in my whole life. Have you seen the new Batman?
Nope. Is it good?
Yeah, so I went with my friend, and I'm gonna say this as nicely as I can, because I told my friends in a completely different way. There was some very nice lady beside me who kept taking off her shoes.
And I get her, you didn't like that.
Well, I don't care, but there was a problem that her feet may have smelled really bad.
You had a 4D experience.
It was honestly to the point where I was actually debating about fighting.
Wow. No, I don't know why.
And then the guy she was with was drinking beer in the movie theater,
Yeah.
and that smelled too. I was smelling BO and beer, and they kept dropping stuff.
Really?
Yeah, I told my friend Caroline, she went to go lift up the, so they were like, we went to a nice one, it's like, oh, not catching money, I just got smoked. Hey, boo. We went to a nice one where the seats recline all the way back, like you could like lay down and shit. Oh, see ya. And then she got rid of like the middle armrest in between us.
Really?
And then I was like, hey, you should like watch out when you do that, because you're gonna knock over the popcorn. And she was, don't worry. And then she lifted up the armrest and all the popcorn fell from it.
No. Oh my god.
Blue, I don't think we made it.
I made it.
No, I don't think we made it. Oh, this is the map. If you jump in the middle between the two tubes, it will knock you in.
Really?
But yeah, the movie was good. It was too long though.
I can't believe. It was too long.
It was like 3 hours.
Okay.
I thought the movie was gonna end like 6 times.
That's not a good
And then
sign.
we paid from parking. Some homeless man was trying to talk to me. And he was like, I was on the news. And I was like, oh, cool. And then he's like, I lived under a bridge for 290 something days. Oof. Wow, that sucks.
Okay.
Then he's like, you know, it's not every day you get to talk to people with brain cells. I was like, nice, this guy knows what he's doing. He's trying to butter me up. So, and I couldn't tell him I didn't have any money because he saw me pull out my wallet and put change in the parking thing. So I had to give this homeless guy change, and he wouldn't leave me alone. So I gave him change.
Really?
So I gave him $2 because it was all I had in my hand. I was like, get out of here. He's like, just remember who told you. And I was like, okay, I see you, buddy.
Raff taking care of the
Downtown
homeless.
Feeding the needy. They call me Mother Teresa, honestly. Honestly, I don't think this world deserves me, to be honest. Being a saint and all. I don't know what's so funny. Like, it's hard being this big of a saint.
I understand that.
Do you, though?
Let's run.
Fast as fuck.
Yeah, how come you're so far ahead of me when I was in the front, like...
I don't know if you want me to answer that. Okay, whoever this energy drink is, pop on my way. I got sniped.
No, I missed it. Darn it. Missed it again. And I fell. Okay. No, we can do this.
Oh, I'm dusting these kids. Go see if it slap me. W. I made it.
Nice. Getting there.
It's okay, Blue. Make that jump.
yellow tube. Like, oh. I see.
They call you little evil Knievel, honestly. I'll jump off. Down. Bro, you're an animal.
Nice.
We might just make it.
9 more
this is
seconds.
lost.
8 seconds. 7.
I think this is the last. Nope. Oh. W.
Right. Super nice.
Pretty pog.
Pretty pug.
I need to crack that.
That's less pug.
This chair sucks. I got a new chair, but I can't crack my back on it.
You're not supposed to have to crack your back.
Blue, I'm old. Not as old as you, but
Thanks. I was really... Oh, I haven't played this one either. Oh no.
oh, I'm a beast at this. It's okay, you're not as old as Ducky if it makes you feel better.
I hope it'll... It's a whole lot of difference, is it?
Oh, I forget how old you are, but I know you're older than me. My controller disconnected. It's fine.
Oh, disconnected.
Yeah, it ran out of juice.
I heard disconnected and I'm like, wait,
It's connected.
what?
Sort of a menace.
Made it. I got hit, but I made it.
You're alright. You're battling.
Is this the one where... No, there's... Please, please, get up, get up! Ugh!
I'll see you, Blue.
You can do it?
Oh.
Oh.
A lot of fate there, it's fine. Yep. Good.
Do it. Oh my god. How do you do that? How do you... How does your bean get up so quickly? Mine just...
Give me 3. Oh,
How?
oh, oh, oh.
You can do it! Nice!
Let's
GG!
go, Blue. Okay, so I'm gonna have to play it with mouse and keyboard. I don't know how to play with mouse and keyboard.
Good luck.
I don't know how to grab stuff.
Shift.
I think you should left click. That would make the most sense to me.
Really? Oh, I want to do that. I want to be able to left click. I want to do that. I want to
How do you grab?
Shift.
Usually? What?
Shift. Yeah. Oh, I want to click
Have you been using your mouse?
for looking around.
Oh, Blue. You're throwing right now. I'm gonna tilt my keyboard so I can sweat. So after this, I'll play one more, and then I'm probably gonna get off and go eat dinner.
Yeah, sounds like a plan. I should go to bed.
Yeah, what time is it for you?
12:30. So wait,
So you're 6 hours ahead?
wait, no.
Oh yeah, shift is grab.
Okay, so right click is...
Is dive.
No, right click is grab.
Oh yeah, it is. No, right click's dive. You tossed?
Wait, oh yeah,
Or am I
go there.
tossed?
No, you're right. I got my rights and lefts mixed up again.
No. Battle.
Don't. Oh my god, that's so much easier. Please. Please.
Oh, I feel like this game's easier with keyboard.
Why do I keep getting stuck in that? Oh my god! Jump. Yeah, jump. Thank you.
You're the best. You're the best. Oh, never mind. Okay, fine. We got this. Totally A-okay. Oh, you creep. No, wait, don't she'll come down.
Okay, now I don't know where my. Okay. Ah, click. Gotcha.
Okay, I believe in you.
Okay, so it comes this way.
Oh! You're so lucky, Blue.
What do you mean, look? That was completely
You
planned
got
out.
sniped into
It's
the thing.
completely planned out.
You got sniped.
Your left is on the left side and your right is on the right side. Thank you, Tay. My parents used to say your right is where your thumb is left, which is also very helpful.
Whoa. Dude. It just blew my mind. Oh, want me to blow your mind? Oh, this is the final, by the way.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
oh, this is my
Is this
game.
is this the one where stuff drops?
Yeah, well, some pieces of the map fall.
No.
So Blue.
Yeah.
You know, like mirrors, like standing mirrors and stuff.
Yeah.
Every mirror you ever buy is used.
Yeah, that makes sense. I guess.
Beefball blew my mind with that last night. I was tossed. He was like, dude, every mirror you buy is used. I was like, what do you mean? He was thinking about this. Never a mirror that's not used, because when someone stands in the mirror, it's used.
Hey, I mean, yeah.
I was thrown off. I had to rethink my whole life.
Why doesn't it get up?
Oh!
Oh,
I almost got knocked off, Blue.
I was
That
the
bad
first one
reflex
to be eliminated again.
Cool. I get the fail now. Oh, I almost fucking map there. Jesus. I was about to cry. Oh, that was risky. Yeah.
Popping off. Wait, so I know you said you wanted to get off after this game, right? Can we try one more thing? Because I just thought
Yeah.
of something.
We can try whatever we want. Oh!
Okay.
I guess we're trying it now. Get me out of here. I don't want to see this. I'm gonna be sick. What are we doing?
Trying a main show. Because I feel like we can play...
Oh, I think main show isn't main show's solos.
We're gonna... Well, solos together, right?
Oh, we can do that?
That's what I'm trying out.
Okay, Blue. It's gonna be a rip for you.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So, Blue, you nervous for the match or what?
No, just determined. I want to win. So we need to figure out how we're gonna play that like soonish.
Yeah, maybe if you want to cook up a point system, because you're smarter than I am. And then I think we'll play like, we can play as many games as you want. I'm thinking like 3 games. That sound good to you?
I mean, yes, but at the same time, there's so much RNG in that. Like, what if after 3 games? I mean,
Well, say if at the end of 3 games, me and you have 0 points, then we will keep going.
wait, what does that take? What happened?
Stay swearing? Wow, shake my head.
I don't know. I can't see it.
I would never swear.
Can I see it over here? No, I can't see it. Wait, what are we gonna? Oh no!
Oh, see it. Oh, boy.
I don't like this.
Oh, this is fine. Oh, jeez.
No!
Come on, I'll wait for this one to go down. It's fine.
Where are you? There you are. Oh no! There is a. Okay.
So what I'm also thinking is we can add.
No! I'm out.
Oh, you didn't make it?
Yep. You were saying what we could also do is we
Oh,
can.
we can back out. Back out.
No!
I already backed out. I'm already out of there. I'm already out of there.
Okay.
So, what we can do is, so say in that instance, that would be a point for me.
Mhm.
Because I made it farther than you did.
And then we back out, or then you keep playing.
Oh no, we can keep playing, and then if the farther I go,
The
like
more
we can
points
do
you
like
get.
every other round I make, I get another point.
Yeah.
And then if you win the thing, we'll say like that's 3 points.
Okay.
So that's how we can do like the point system, I guess. I'm playing all Saturday. No kidding.
Yeah, I hope the birthday party is early so I can. Wait, no. We do Sunday. Yeah, I'm gonna play so often.
Yeah, because like if we did it Saturday, like I'm hanging out with my friends. I was like, hey, do you want to hang out today? She's like, yeah, I'm down. Then I told her, I was like, oh shit. I was like, I was supposed to do something Saturday. Mouse and keyboard might be the move.
I hate that.
I feel drunk with a controller in my hand.
Sag.
What?
Well, it would have given me some sort of advantage. No!
Right. Oh Jesus! I caught a fade. Oh.
There we go. Okay, this one.
Look at the top of his
We
head.
can do this. We can do this. We can do this. No, we can't do this.
I'm bossing.
Go. Nope.
Jesus, I
No,
got
no. Why don't you run, stupid thing?
Hey, stupid kitty. That sounds bad saying that, so I'm gonna stop saying that.
Sounds bad saying that.
Say stupid kitty.
What's bad about saying that?
Nothing.
Oh my god.
The same shit just happened to me twice in a row.
Are you done already?
I'm about it. Hey, Boo. I'm right beside you.
Hi.
And then do we also give a point to whoever finishes first?
What?
I didn't make it.
No, me neither.
We have to do one more. I can't go out like that.
Okay.
I can't go out like that. I don't believe it. One more.
Oh, I can't back out again.
We gotta get your reaction time up, Luke. So when are you gonna play Fortnite with me and Dilly?
Oh my god, when you want to lose.
There's no building.
Yeah, but they're shooting. Like
Yes.
you will lose with me on the team.
Dilly actually messed up and said something the other day, and it was so unbelievably funny. So Dilly is a photographer, okay?
Mhm.
So she was like, I'm shooting races.
Oh no.
And we went, you're what? And she's like, no, like that. I'm
Oh,
a
no.
photographer.
Oh no. Oh my god. Poor
She's
Dilly.
like, I hate you guys. We obviously knew she was a photographer, but it just.
Oh,
"Is she
yeah.
racist?"
I
See,
feel
Blue,
like
that's the difference between our chats.
yep. Yep. So I feel
You see
like
where that frog
going
is? You can jump over that.
Oh no, there's
What you
no
saying?
lemming that. I feel like going down here is the quickest way.
It is.
I have to remember I am the King Axolotl.
I'm just getting fucking dropped. I don't think I'm making this ball. Oh, the kid makes a comeback for it.
No! Okay. Where are you?
Okay, fine. I'll just go this way. No, I won't. Yeah, I will.
Whee! I'm there.
You made it? Oh my god, I'm free.
Do we want to do whoever gets there first has
Gets a point,
gets
yeah.
more points.
Oh, let's go.
Nice. Oh, I now see what you mean. I don't know. Maybe we can. So then it will be 2
Let's
points.
make a point for you.
Yeah, but you also made it, right? So then
Yeah.
no
Okay,
points
so
for
yeah,
you.
yeah, you get a point and I wouldn't.
Okay. Okay. Sounds like a plan. Sounds like a plan. Yeah.
Make sure you're writing this down or something, because I'm gonna forget.
Got it.
We need someone smart.
I feel like this game smart is not a disadvantage.
This game is perfect for me.
I mean,
just gotta run.
it's a very fun party game, but if to play by yourself, it's
Blue, when you doing a drinking stream?
you see, there's a problem.
Oh yeah, you have that thing.
That and I don't drink. Not because
but
I don't
like-
want to. I have not found anything I like.
Drink twisted teas.
Twisted Tea.
Yeah, they're like iced tea, but they have like vodka in them.
Hey,
Hey, where'd this guy come from?
I don't know what just happened. No. Please zoom out.
You can zoom in.
Oh no, it just does that. What just?
I went to go jump off, but a snowball came and hit me back onto the platform.
Oh, you can dash when you're like that. Okay, I see.
Oh, not cash. Oh,
What? I am so. Oh, that was the wrong way. I see. Would you mind giving me a second to actually get up? That would be great.
oh, bro, that's about to be a point for the kid right here.
I have not played this one yet.
Ooh, get risky. Wheel left side.
Oh.
You can jump up.
Oh, you had to go up? Okay.
I feel like you can run all the way around. No, you can't. Okay, let me show you this though.
Yes, show me.
And before I get out right here. Silly Jaguar is on the move. I've never played this. Stay
Oh
in the
yeah.
moving spotlight.
Yeah, you have to
Oh,
stay.
so what are you talking about?
No, not quite. This one is way easier. This one I actually understand. I mean, I don't say I made it, but I understand. There will be a spotlight and you just have to stay in it for as long as you can. But as you see, like the spotlight moves around and the course moves around, so sometimes you have to jump up and do weird stuff in order to be able to get into the spotlight.
Yeah, I'm a pro.
Oh, chat. See, now you're out of the spotlight.
Cool! What's on here? I'm pretty cruising right now.
Oh yeah, Chad, what do you think? Is he gonna make it or is he not? And he's out of the spotlight again. He is running after it. Nope, he missed the turn and now he's back. He's back in, trying his best. But he got dragged out by the turning thingy. He's back in, but he has to walk around it because the spotlight moved up. The spotlight moved up. He's at 87%. Is he gonna make this? There's 17 qualified already. He has not made it.
97. No. This is bullshit. I'm out of here.
This one's more fun than the one that I meant.
It's okay, Blue. I'll dial in. I'm gonna try hard. I'm gonna try.
But this was
Mean.
this was the last one, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I need to. I'm starving. I've been hungry since like 3.
Oh my god. And it is? Wait. Minus
7.
6.
Almost 7.
Oh gosh. Yeah, it
I was
never
playing
said
Fortnite,
it
couldn't
never
stop.
said you could click. So I didn't know you could click, but you can click. It's great.
W.
Okay, don't want to do that.
So I need to figure out what I get if I win.
What? You need to figure out what you get when you win?
Yeah, I figured what I asked for.
You already remembered, didn't you?
What, you swearing that I get my commands?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Did everyone else finish the puzzle hunt or what?
I haven't received any messages yet.
I've been done the puzzle.
Yeah, you finished it long before, right?
Yeah.
Why haven't you yet sent me the...
I want to give everyone else a try. A chance, you know?
Oh,
Can't, you know.
oh, I'm so lucky. I couldn't find the right word, so I reworded what I wanted to say, but that's good, because otherwise I would have given spoilers.
Yeah, tell me. Tell me though.
Nope.
I promise I won't tell anyone.
Nope.
But I've already finished it.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously not, because you missed some instruction.
Nah.
Yeah. Otherwise I would have known that you'd finished it.
I've been done. Me and Beefball and Beefers have all been done.
Poster check. Thank you. And hydrate. Oh, but I'm about to go to bed. I shouldn't hydrate anymore. Then I have to get up.
You're so lucky. You have a cooldown on it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
We have
no.
leopard proofed it.
I didn't put a cooldown on mine, and like 2 days ago, someone spammed so many hydrates. I was like, yeah, I'm taking 1 sip of water for that.
Leopard came in chat and then did how many? 15 redeem highs? Because they're like five coins for me, right?
I made... Ducky kept trolling me, and for bitch, she kept playing songs.
Yeah, I'm still so sad that you put that up because I really like the
I
song.
put it to 1,000, and now
I
she
don't
won't
like
do
it.
it. But then she was like, I'm gonna do it now. I get paid today. I'm like, no, you won't. And I had to stream.
Spamming redeems when one mod is a mobiler. Yeah. Yeah,
Just wait till my friends get in here. Tay's gonna have to like get on a computer or something.
they really do. Maybe we can say pull a 5 up, and if we reach a certain amount of subs, you're getting a computer. It may take a while.
I gotta put Tay to work.
I don't have a computer. Yeah, exactly.
We need to get Tay a computer.
Exactly.
We'll just keep. I'll just get my friends in here. You know what? Just honestly make me a mod.
Nah. Nah.
I'd be your best mod. Actually, second best to Tay. But. But like, I'd be good because I would know what's good to say and what's not good to say. A lot of stuff would slide though, Blue.
Exactly. No, I really like my mod team right now. I'm very content with my mod team. Content?
The only
How do you
mod
say that
like-
word? Content isn't the word, is it content?
What, the content team?
No, as in being pleased with the mod with it. Like being
You're happy with your team?
yeah, but you can use the word content. At least, you know, the way it's spelled.
Contempt?
No!
Isn't it contempt, not content?
Content?
I don't think it's content.
Yeah, it is the right word to use, but how do you pronounce it? Because you don't pronounce it the
And-
same way.
I say contempt.
Content. Okay.
Contempt.
No, not contempt. Contempt is a negative word.
That's what I'm saying. Content.
It's just pronounced slightly
Yeah, there's
different.
definitely a little language barrier there. I forget where Blue lives, so
Oh,
I remember where Tay lives.
wow.
Mhm.
Nice. Well done.
She thought I forgot.
They thought.
But I'm gonna hop off. You need to practice a little more.
I definitely will. I mean, I
I
now
will
have a
not.
day more because we're doing this Sunday.
I will not practice until Sunday morning. I'm gonna wake up at 4 a.m. and just play until we base.
Exactly.
9 hours. 9-hour rip.
Yeah, we should, yeah, we'll discuss what time, because I have a meeting late Sunday, like 10 my time, which is,
Holy.
no,
That's
11,
like-
11 my time, because daylight savings time.
That's
Daylight,
5 my time.
11 my time is 5 your time. Yeah, correct.
So we could do like 1 p.m. my time, so that'd be 7 p.m. for you.
Should be doable, yeah.
And then I'll smoke you quick, and then that's all she wrote. And then we gotta figure out something if we do this again. Like what games?
Yeah, but we're gonna
We gotta
Get-
take a break.
exactly a little break in between. Rethink, and I guess, you know, celebrate the win.
Yeah, I'll celebrate my win.
I want to win so badly. I heard Dilly the other day say something, and now I want to win even more.
What Dilly said?
She called me not a gamer, and she is right, but I want to prove her
Oh
wrong.
no, Dilly roasted you.
Definitely. And once again, she is right, but I want to prove that I'm gamer enough.
The fact you have to say that means you're not a gamer. If you have
I
to
don't
convince
care.
other
I
people
want to
you're a
win
gamer,
this. I want to win this.
I just don't think that's gonna happen. I'll be 100 with you.
Lose a
But
gamer.
the thing is,
Thanks,
this
Dave.
is the perfect game because it's RNG based.
But I don't like that, because that means I can't. No matter how hard I try, I can't prepare.
Yeah, and that means that like I also could like choke and then get knocked off a couple times, and then you finish before me, and that's a point.
Yeah, the problem is in a couple of times. Because I think if we do it, I really have to get lucky. Like, if we do it plenty enough, then things will even out, and luck will even out, and it will be more about skills, and you will win.
So we should do it for longer?
No.
Is that what I got from that?
No. Bluekwyrm
want for the next
supremacy.
series-
Yay.
I want for the next series us to face in Fortnite.
Okay.
You should download Fortnite though.
Okay. But
It's okay.
okay, you know what? Next time for the next series, what we're gonna do is if we have a game like that where one of us actually has played it already, the other one hasn't, you're gonna give me a lesson. I want a Fortnite lesson.
Yeah, I can do that.
Good.
I don't know if you'll get the hang of it quick, but there's a lot of key binds. There's a lot of keys you gotta click at the same time.
Oh my god.
You gotta run. You gotta run, be able to place stairs at the same time, and place walls in front of the stairs.
I thought there
so
was
that
no
people don't shoot
building.
the stairs. They might be building by the time we face.
Oh god.
And then you have to be able to edit what you're doing.
It's
Like,
about
edit the wall
surviving,
and
right?
Yeah, but we would have to do like kills also.
So I can't just hide.
No. I'm just gonna land tilted towers, the hot drop, and the whole time.
No idea what that means.
Tilted towers is like in the middle of the map, and that's where everyone goes. Well, yeah, I could teach you how to play.
And I want to
After the
play.
series,
And I want to
or-
play checkers, but maybe not necessarily for the next series. I just want to play checkers against you.
You want to face me in checkers?
Yes.
After you saw me smoke Dilly.
Exactly.
She gets so upset when I bring that up still.
Haven't you done a rematch yet?
No, I retired. We played 5 times. I beat her once. She beat me the other 4. But all anyone will talk about is me beating her that once. Because it's like the same thing with me and you. No one would expect me to beat Dilly in checkers. I was dialed in that day.
Yeah, you were,
For
but
that one game.
yeah, exactly, one game. And you could have won that earlier. Like you could have won that a couple of moves before that.
Yeah, but
I'm
you know,
pretty sure.
hindsight, you know. I don't know what I was doing. I blacked out. I don't even remember the game. It wasn't me playing. It was someone else. It was what are they called? Grandmasters in chess or checkers? No, chess.
It's Grandmaster in chess, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I am in checkers.
Nice.
Grandmaster Raff. Well,
Maybe
maybe we'll talk about what time.
Oh wait, that's
Yeah,
wrong.
it's
Raff.
2-2.
Wait, what is it? Is it Raff Pro? Pro Raff?
Yeah, Pro Raff. And it's Pro Raff.
I like how you know more of my commands than I do.
I love Tay's commands.
Tay is amazing.
We need to change that. The Pro Raff.
What do we need to change it into?
Raff is a pro Tetris player. I need to get all those Tetris people back here and do that. So I can get them upset again. And then refuse to play all of them. I was laughing so hard.
I don't think they were.
I had like at least 6 people trying to face me in your stream, and I just went, nah, I'm good. I'm going through a tunnel right now.
I think, wait, who was it? It was... where's Leopard? I know, it wasn't Leopard. Oh yeah, it was Leopard and Whispers, I think. Leopard
There
and
was
Whisper to
other
me.
people too.
Exclamation
There was,
point
like, other people
commands
who wanted
added
to-
exclamation point pro Raff. Imagine I say added the command just to say correct W. Maybe that is what will make the command like Raff when I win. I almost said if, but when I win. We just make it
you
correct
win.
W when I win.
I'll tell you what. This is the perfect game because it's a game all about like getting lucky.
Kinda fits our. It's a good end to our series. Like.
But next time I won't take it easy on you. I can't let you bring it to game 5 again.
Well,
They gotta be games that we're both like not that good at.
yeah, we
'Cause
really
we all
have
knew
to.
you beating me in Squabble and Tetris.
You were the one who came barging into my stream and said, "I want to face you in Squabble." That's not on me.
Yeah,
And Tetris, I honestly didn't know like whether you were good at.
I've
Tetris
never
or not.
played
I
Tetris.
thought I didn't know that.
I was fired up though. There was a chance.
Yeah. Okay. They called the first game. I have never played Sonic the Hedgehog before, but we're playing
I
that
don't
just
think
for you.
can face him in
Can't?
Sonic Mania multiplayer mode.
Thank you, Tay. Thank
Is
you.
that an actual thing? I don't believe you.
Apparently, I believe Tay. Google, help.
Sonic Mania multiplayer tutorial.
Oh my god.
Oh, it is. Is it? There are no Sonic Mania co-op. Is there multiplayer? No.
Once you start a game, you should have both characters on stream. Then all you need to do is have 2 controllers plugged in. Controllers?
Yeah, Blue, get a controller. What are you doing?
Controllers?
Controller. Tay's a diehard Sonic fan. Hold on. Yo, actually, the other day, so I don't think 5-Up lets you like at people because I tried adding to see if Tay was in the thing, or maybe she just wasn't there. I was actually there the other day and I didn't see Tay.
I don't know. I am pretty sure. I believe Tay is always in chat. Even when they
And
aren't.
I said hi to everyone, and the only person I didn't say hi to was Speedy, and I felt pretty bad after because I left. Blue, not Blue, Tay, I swear to God I was there the other day. Next time I'll type. I'm not even say hi 5, I'm just gonna say hi Tay.
Yeah, just hi Tay.
Okay.
Well, I mean, most people come in there and just say hi chat and that's it. Raff, was
I
in
don't
chat
think you
that
were.
day.
No,
What do
no,
you
there was
mean?
another day. Different from that one. That I was there and I didn't see you, Tay. I'm just gonna be honest. I don't think you're a real 5-Up fan.
Oh, also, I am coding a Minecraft data pack. It's so much fun.
What's that?
It's like a mod, but then lightweight, I guess.
It's a mod?
Yeah, it's based on the
Can I be in
origins
the
mod.
mod?
You would have to discuss that with Rosie. You would have to convince Rosie. I don't think so. I mean,
Rosie loves me.
we can
It's
set
fine.
up something else where we also run. No, we can't.
Rosie loves me. She'll put me in that.
Yeah. Good luck asking that.
What do you mean?
I
Me and
guess.
Rosie play games together. Off stream.
Yeah, I believe that.
And she calls me a bitch for 2 hours.
Wait. Where are the rest of my actions? Wait. Where are my quick actions? Where did they go? Why did I lose all of them? I'm so confused. Whatever.
So am I gonna be able to play this mod pack?
I'm not sure.
Me and my boys will stream it.
Yeah, but there is an issue with that.
What?
We can't have it streamed just like that, I think. I mean, I can make something that can be streamed. We can do that.
We can do that.
Cool.
And me and my friends will play it.
Cool. Pog.
And then you'll get to see us mess up your mod pack
Yeah, I mean, go
and
ahead.
play it how it's not intended to be played.
You're
gonna
number
do
13 top chatter. Well, I mean, for one, how do you even know that? And two, how? I mean, you're in offline chat. I guess that counts too, right?
I don't know, man. I like my odds in Fall Guys.
Mm.
Tay wasn't in 5 Up chat that one day when I was there.
There's...
I swear I was actually there that day. Like one day I was there and I didn't see her. I'm not even making this up to piss her off. I saw... Oh, what's your name? She's in here.
What?
Oh, she's in your stream sometimes. I can't remember her name.
Stephanie.
She's the one when me and my lawyer showed up. me and my legal counsel. Oh, I can't remember her name. I think it's Maria. I saw her.
Which account did you see from Maria? Because
I don't know. Oh, dude, I don't know. Is it multiple Marias in there?
Maria has like 17 accounts. No, I don't know.
Oh, tough looks. Well, the one Maria that comes in here.
Oh yeah, she has 17 accounts.
Why does she have 17 accounts?
To mess with 5-Up. It's so funny.
Oh, I don't know. She's a sub. I don't know. She's a sub in here. The one me and my friends were getting fired up about the legal stuff.
Okay.
Because apparently she's a lawyer. we were doing that. We were in Discord. I'm like, oh, dude, I think that girl might know her legal stuff. And then BP's like, yeah, I think she does. He's like, what do we do? I was like, let's just keep talking like we know.
Alrighty.
But I don't know. Blue wasn't there. I was there.
No, I probably wasn't there. That's true. I don't hang around in 5-Up's chat when he's not streaming. And even when he's streaming, because man has annoying hours.
People talking to stream when he's offline?
Yeah, offline chat is like, it's so active.
I swear to God.
They would do whole Tetris duels with like offline
I
chat.
looked in my offline chat the other day, and I saw a message from Ducky saying "F you."
Whenever
What
I
was he streaming that day? I think it was Valorant.
whenever I start up OBS, it shows like the last 5 messages that have been sent. And it's always Tay doing their own command. It's so cute. Have you seen their command?
Who?
Tay's command.
See the little pigeon thing? Is that a pigeon?
Yes. Yep.
Nah, Tay, you definitely weren't there. I was there. You weren't. I don't know.
Poor Tay.
You can ask any of my friends. They'll definitely tell you I was there.
Yep.
And that you
They will
weren't.
definitely know what streams you watched when.
Of course, my friends know me. That's what. Bro, I'm telling you, I was actually there, and I didn't see
In spirit.
you talking. I'm telling you, I was actually there, and I didn't see you talking. I'm not even kidding anymore. I may have been lying down as 12th active chatter though.
You may have been. Tay,
Have to give you
Tay,
friends
Tay,
on
Tay, Tay,
I'm kicking Tay.
Tay, please stop spamming. Like, I understand the frustration, but please stop spamming.
I'm telling you, I was there. I'm not even actually kidding. Like, I pinky promise I was there one day and didn't see you talking.
I mean, maybe
I
if
don't
you
know
had
if I followed
stayed,
him anymore.
maybe if you had stayed for like more than 2 seconds, you would have seen them.
No, I was there for like a good 5-10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you, I was there. I saw that girl Maria, and she's the only one I saw of the names I remember. When does 5 Up stream next?
Oh, he was streaming right now. I guess he stopped.
I was gonna say, maybe I don't even follow him.
I mean, and Guy doesn't have a streaming pattern. Like he doesn't have a schedule, so no idea. We'll see when he's
Ducky always tells me
live.
to keep a streaming schedule.
Smart.
I go live around the same time, like every day except for Tuesday, Thursday.
Nice. I try to do Tuesday, Friday, Saturday, but sometimes like tomorrow something's from work, so can't do tomorrow. So then we stream Monday.
Yeah. I don't know. I take Tuesday, Thursdays off because I work, and I don't want to stream when I come home from work, and I don't want to stream before work.
I have to stream after work because otherwise I'm only streaming in the weekend days.
Oh, that's true. But this Saturday, I'm probably not streaming. Taking the day off, too much stress.
Yeah,
Being
sometimes
in
you have to.
private chats.
Oh my god. Okay, I think that's a good point to call it a day. It's been it's
Yeah,
been
I'm gonna
5.5 hours, and it's almost 1:30, and tomorrow I have to work as well. So. No worries, Tay. I believe you. Oh wow! Wow! Nice.
I think I was stroke typing that one.
It's been 6 hours. It has.
Yeah, it's 6 hours, 10 minutes. Come on, Blue.
Why does my stats not work? Because it has been 6 hours. Because it started at 7 and it's past 1. My stats is...
Maybe your stream went down. Like, your thing crashed, but the stream still kept going.
Okay,
That
because
happened to me during my 12-hour stream.
because OBS says it's 5.5. Wait, can I see that somewhere else as well? Oh, that's the only time I have. Oh, okay. I think I'm gonna
Okay.
get rid of this Twitch stat thing because it's useless. It's never up to date. There we go. Bye.
My sub count is never up to date. Someone thought I was 8 subs away from getting a pet rat, and they gifted 8 subs. Turns out, I was 10 subs away.
No way.
But I got 3 subs today, so I have to get a. They think I'm getting a live pet rat, but I'm not.
We're getting the scoop here.
I'm getting a plush stuffed little rat.
Nice. You know,
'Cause I doubt my ability to take care of a rat
good because it will be.
or an animal.
It wouldn't. Yeah, exactly. It wouldn't be good to buy a pet because of.
But I'm gonna pretend, like I'm gonna, oh guys, look at my pet rat, and then I'm gonna pretend I'm gonna drop it, and I'll freak everyone out. They're like, oh my god, he's dead, and I'm like, kidding, it's fake. So now you guys know the inside scoop.
Well, be looking forward to it.
I'm waxing my legs at 600 followers.
Oh, I don't want to know that. I don't want to see that. I'm skipping that stream.
It's gonna hurt. My friend said she would do it. She's like, I'll do it for you. And then I was like, okay. And then I was like, do you know how? And then she's like, no, I have no clue how to wax legs.
Oh,
I was like,
no.
"Ugh." I was like, why'd you offer me this then? She's like, because it would be hilarious if I wax your legs.
Oh my god, it's gonna be so painful. Good luck. Good luck! Yay! Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking of when I hit my follower goal, doing some sort of
100 followers, drink and stream.
no, I don't drink. There's an issue there.
24-hour stream,
Maybe for
100 followers.
more like another goal. But now I was thinking of doing something like a movie night.
Oh, well, can me and my friends come?
If you behave. Raff, we literally the only people in chat.
Yes, chat's bumping. But me and my friends will show up and we can watch the movie with you guys. Depending on what time it is, though, because there's a 6-hour time difference.
That's true. But I mean, I'm ahead of you, so it will probably just be earlier, and you don't watch movies in the morning, so.
I'll be there.
Cool.
I'll round up some of my friends.
As long as you behave.
We always behave.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, I'm gonna go eat.
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Practice some Fall Guys. Maybe get a controller. Who knows?
Nope. Ain't doing that.
Alright, I'll message you during the week. Message me
Rules.
The point breakdown.
Sounds good.
Yeah. And if you want to make a set of rules for the games of stuff I can't do,
You can't win.
okay, maybe not that one. But you got to pick the rules carefully. Because I'm going to find ways to break the rules.
You figured. Sounds like you.
I already cheated in the polls.
You already cheated what?
I voted on your poll when you
Oh.
told me I couldn't.
Well, yeah, I told you after the fact. So,
Yeah, you didn't
yeah.
didn't specify rules. But yeah, I'll message you later.
Okay. Enjoy your
Okay,
meal. Bye bye.
Thank you. Bye.
There we go. I am also not gonna stay for very much longer because well, I should be tired. I'll wait to cheat. Oh my god. I saw Trisha's online. She is making beef gyozas. I probably pronounced that very badly. I'm so sorry for that. But yeah, so we're gonna rate Trisha. Thank you for the stream. It was so much fun. Also check Discord. I will definitely check Discord. Thank you for being a great mod again. And for staying here until it's 2:30. No wait, it's also 1:30 for you because we're in the same time zone now. Great. Gotta remember that. I'm waiting for my friends to be here for the game. Oh my god. It's gonna be terrible. But I'm gonna win. I am gonna win. I'm getting fired up. I'm dialing in. And I'm winning this. I will be practicing every spare second I have of every day this week. And no, you bet I am. Definitely. Because I want to win this. I want to claim the title of winning this first set of games against Raff. I don't care about any of the others. I want to win the first one. I am proving that I'm a gamer. And no matter which game you're gonna throw at me, except for Minecraft. I love that game, but I'm terrible at it. I can do it. If you do that, I hope... Wait, what? If you do that, I hope you would win. Huh? Huh? Did I say that word stop? I don't know. Bluekwyrm supremacy, yes! Yes. So, we're winning. Nope. Nope. I even have, I even have the emote for that, right? There we go. On fire. So, that said, I'm gonna rate Trisha. Thank you all so much for being here. Let me start the raid. There we go. And yeah. I thought that was a bit emote. No, it's not. It's not. Anyway, thank you so much for being here and see you probably Friday. I don't think I'll be streaming all the Fall Guys practice I'll do. So, yeah. Bye-bye.